When you're taking these things, the body tries its best to absorb the exogenous substance and excrete them. And of course, you have free radicals running through your system. If you're not able to break them down, your tissues die slowly. All right. Other things are things like even polyprocessed meals. For example, roasted meat, what you call suya. That suya is not very fantastic for your health, especially for your liver. It's not so good. When you take in a lot of carbonated drinks, you further cause damage to your system. And more importantly is that you may not notice them between the ages of 0 to 35, 40. The moment you begin to get off that peak period where your energy, where your body is supposed to start going uphill, you will notice that you cannot go longer than normal, and then you begin to break down. All right. Very important that you take fruits, lots of fruits. And it's important that you're particular about your source of fruits. Many of the fruits nowadays are being synthesized. Many of them are done in the laboratories. Many of them have been changed, mutated. And so when I was little, I know that pineapples that I take used to be very bitter when it's green. Nowadays, the greener it is, the sweeter it is. So these cannot be very useful for the body. So the body cannot use it. The long and short of what I'm trying to say is that your body must use what it needs, not what it doesn't need. When you're taking drugs, if you can prevent the recurrent intakes of drugs, you need to do. Many of you who think that antibiotics is vitamin C, it's not. They're not the same. Take drugs when necessary. And in fact, it must be prescribed. You just go off the counter and take what you like and how you like it, what quantity. You need to take prescribed drugs. Many of us who do herbal drinks and concussions and all kinds of things, you further disintegrate your body system. You make your body confused because the dosages are not clear. One very important source that's given to us by nature is water. A high level of alkalized water is very good for you. A high level of sunlight. Don't be afraid of sunlight. For many of you who go from air conditioners to air conditioners to air conditioners, you need the sunlight to help you provide vitamin D, which carries calcium, makes it absorbed in the bones, and prevents things like osteoporosis, low back pain, arthritis. These are natural ways of preventing illnesses. So you're managing your health that way. You're taking a lot of water, you prevent urinary tract infection, you prevent dehydration, you prevent constipation, you take a lot of fibers from fruits, you prevent constipation, you improve your microorganisms in your system, then you will not fall sick easily. And of course, you do a lot of fruits, including vegetables that contains a lot of carotenes, vitamins B, B12, B6, A vitamins. Your eyes are very, very protected. And of course, you want to care for your prostate. Lastly, there are age-related diseases. For every age, you want to find out what are the diseases in that age, and you begin to treat them. For an example, a man who is clocking 45 years and above needs to check his prostate. Don't be surprised. Oh, he died of prostate cancer, and you're like, no. Check your prostates once you hit 45. For a lady, you cross reproductive age, you want to start checking for cervical cancer. Pap smear recurrently, yearly, will not do you bad. Of course, your BP should not be, you should know your BP of your last 1 week. Your blood sugar, you should know the last 1 month blood sugar. Don't be in your new, especially when you clock the age of 40. By then, your health is beginning to take an uphill task. Manage your health so that you can live as much as 100.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500.
Good afternoon, I'm Tolu Jeremy, and this is the news brief. Nigerians are now paying more for petrol despite the official price still fixed at 162 naira 50 kobo and 165 naira per litre. Independent marketers who started implementing the new price regime of between 170 naira to 190 at the weekend insist that it will be difficult for them to sell at the official pump price. Scarcity of the product resurfaced in Lagos, Akure, Ado-Ekiti, Abeokuta, Jos, among other towns in the southwest. The situation in Abuja worsened at the weekend with long queues at the filling stations where petrol is sold. In Lagos, many independent stations were shut. The few that were dispensing recorded long queues. In the meantime, the federal government yesterday announced the release of the results of the 2022 National Common Entrance Examination into Unity schools. The government said all the admission processes into Class 1 of the GSS 1 in the colleges will be completed on or before July 1. The state that registered the highest number of candidates is Lagos, with 19,518, out of which 18,787 sat and 731 were absent. The FCT was second with 8,623 candidates that registered, out of which 8,317 sat, 306 were absent. The Trade Union Congress TUC has appealed to the striking university lecturers to shift grounds in the demands by making some concessions so that students can return to school. Mr. Monday Ogbodum, Cross River Chapter Chairman of the TUC, made the appeal in an interview with reporters in Calabar today. He said ASU had made their points to the world with a prolonged strike and advised the government not to always allow issues to degenerate to strike before they would take necessary actions. ASU and the Joint Action Committee of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Allied Institutions have said they have yet to receive any message after discussing the 2009 agreements with the Federal Government Renegotiation Committee. The Federal Government Renegotiation Committee, chaired by Pro-Chancellor of Alex Ekweme Federal University, Ndufo Aleke, Professor Nimi Briggs, is expected to review the draft proposed 2009 Federal Government of Nigeria and ASU agreement and renegotiate with all the striking university unions. Since April 2022, the Briggs Negotiation Committee had been meeting with the unions in the universities who are all currently on strike due to unmet demands of the 2009 agreements signed with the federal government. Meanwhile, the Association of Resident Doctors at Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital Ile-Ife today embarked on a two-day warning strike over an alleged assault on one of them by a nurse. The resident doctors said the warning strike would commence from today to 7:59 a.m. on Thursday, June 23. According to them, a female doctor identified as Dr. Oluwatosin Bello was forcefully held hostage, confined, and verbally assaulted while discharging her duty by a senior nurse in the female adult orthopedic ward of the hospital on June 16. The federal government says it disbursed 86 billion naira for the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund as at June. The Secretary of the Oversight Committee of the Federal Ministry of Health, Dr. Chris Isokmo, made this known in Abuja at a ministerial media conference on the developments in the health sector. According to him, about 56 billion naira has so far been disbursed to the states out of the amount stated. He said that the fund, inaugurated in 2019, was meant to strengthen public health facilities. Now, Mr. Jake Ekwele, the national president of the Albinism Association of Nigeria, AAN, today appealed to the federal and state governments for skin cancer intervention program for persons with albinism, PWA. He made the appeal in an interview with reporters in Calabar. He also called on well-meaning Nigerians and corporate organizations to assist the association. The president said that the ravaging effect of skin cancer was killing the association and something had to be done to contain it. In commemoration of the World Sickle Cell Anemia and Blood Donation Day, the Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital in Kano is enlightening the general public on steps to take to prevent the prevalence of sickle cell in the state and also advocate for more donation of blood. The hospital identifies active participation as a key factor in fostering intensified blood donation for people in need, as well as heightened awareness to lessen the burden of sickle cell disease in Kano State and Nigeria as a whole.
But this time around, take the campaign to beyond the hospital premises to other stakeholders to know the significance of donating blood for the needy ones should the need arise. And sickle cell disease, we all know it is a very important disease condition in our environment. So we need to take the campaign outside and let people know how the disease is acquired, how it's, because it's an inherited disease. So people need to know how, who and who are likely to give birth to a sickle cell patient. And I think this event will give us the opportunity to tell the public what sickle cell is all about and what can be done to prevent coming up with the condition.
AS, we advise that they should, not really get involved in, relationship and marriages, because when AS marries AS, there's a 25% chance of having a child with sickle cell disease in every pregnancy.
I'm a voluntary blood donor. So a voluntary blood donor is somebody that periodically, maybe once every 3-4 months, donates a pint of blood. That's 1 bag of blood for patients that need it. Because we are a country that we have shortage of this blood. So we need more people to be donating so that when the unexpected happens in terms of emergencies, it's not really available for them to use for other people that need it. Don't look at the place that the needle is entering and then before you know it, in the next 5-10 minutes, you have given your 1 pint of blood and you have donated that bag of blood to save somebody's life, which is a very good thing that somebody can do.
Let's quickly take you back to the just concluded governorship election in Ekiti State. The Women's Situation Room on that election in the state has released its preliminary findings on the election. From the preliminary findings, they are affirming there was massive vote buying during the poll. The convener of the Women's Situation Room Nigeria, Professor Joy Onyeso, assessed the situation. Vote buying was the order of the day in all the LJAs and polling units, as reported by our observers, and in few cases leading to physical violence, which were reserved by the security agencies. The report, however, indicated good participation of women in the electoral process, saying that inasmuch as specific reports of violence against women were not reported, we observed in few polling units some forms of violence. That's quoting her. Meanwhile, the governor-elect of the state, Biodun Oyebanji, has faulted the allegation of vote buying against the APC in that election. He stressed that neither he nor the ruling party was involved in vote buying as alleged, saying the canvass for votes from the electorate which led to their victory at the poll. Oyebanji, while briefing State House correspondents shortly after he met with President Buhari at the villa in Abuja, insisted that he did not witness any vote buying in the polling unit where he voted, adding that he won the poll based on his previous performance as a secretary to the state government in Ekiti. In the meantime, INEC has ruled out the concept of placeholder or dummy vice presidential candidate as done by political parties, adding that it has no place in the Constitution of Nigeria. After the completion of presidential primaries, INEC had set June 17 as the deadline for the nomination of vice presidential candidates. But some political parties continued to search for the rightful VP candidate, and to beat the deadline set by INEC for submission of such names, some candidates, including Bola Tinubu of APC and Peter Obi of Labour Party, submitted names of vice presidential candidates whom they described as placeholders or dummies. INEC Commissioner for Voters Education and Information, Barrister Festus Okoye, ruled out the concept of placeholder for vice presidential candidates. He's saying that it has no place in the constitution of INEC at all. Meanwhile, as the general elections draw closer, stakeholders in Ibadan have advocated the inclusion of psychometric analysis for politicians, which they envisage would bridge the leadership deficit. Chairman, Governing Council, Psychometric Center, Abimbola Davis, stated this during a symposium organized for journalists. He said, judging by the myriad of problems confronting us as a nation, it has become most expedient to properly scrutinize those individuals seeking support for being in public offices.
Introducing what we call campus psychometric clusters in all tertiary institutions in the country, so that it can create awareness for them. But still, that is still at a GNS level. Even if you train them, it's still at GNS. Students are saying we would like to take this as a course. So it means you just have to take it to the secondary school level, so they can take their Becker examination, to be part of it. WAEC was part of it, WASC, whatever, at the final they can take it also. Then, above all, it will shape their mind.
In Nigeria, psychometrics can help us in diverse ways. In fact, at every point in time in the nation, psychometrics will be able to correct a lot of things. Let's start from the leadership aspect of it. So many people are in leadership now just because of the fame, just because of what they stand to gain, not necessarily because they are born with that traits of a leader or they are trained as a leader. And so with the utilization of psychometrics, of course, we know that you can identify who a true leader is and be able to channel that course towards that path. And so I know that if we are able to use psychometrics, we will not have these leadership problems that we're having, because we will know the leaders that genuinely have the interests of Nigeria as a nation at heart. And so we'll be able to follow them as we go.
We're in a community or a country where psychometrics is being taught from the grassroots. You realize that people know what they are good for. I would not like to call names politically, but there are people who don't realize that this is not what they are called for. Sometimes they are pushed into doing these things. If it's not for friends, it is for family. If it's not for family, it's for peers and all. But psychometrics already teaches you, it gives you an in-depth knowledge of how best you can do things. Leadership, for instance. In psychometrics, you know how well you can represent things or represent yourself. You can actually tell that, okay, I'm a leader, even by birth.
The Lagos government has warned against indiscriminate evacuation of Magodo wetlands, saying it portends serious danger to lives and property. This was contained in a statement today by Mr. Mukaila Sanusi, as a spokesman of Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development. Sanusi said the commissioner in the ministry, Dr. Idris Salako, gave the warning when he visited the area yesterday. Salako said the action was unwarranted, provocative and contrary to the civic gesture of the state government, which had displayed trust in the rule of law in the Magodo land saga. There are indications that Benue State may be faced with a high level of food insecurity, and that's due to a combined long-armed conflict and violence by herdsmen, as well as bandit attacks, which have disrupted farmers' production inputs, reduced market access, and localized food production. Some of the young farmers, in an interview with Plus TV correspondent Francis Turr, decried a series of herdsmen attacks in the state, which have resulted in the shortage of food production, especially this season. One innocent Odren was said he had reduced the level of his cultivation following a series of attacks on their communities. However, now disclosed that with the presence of security operatives, many like him have gone back to their farms, but could not farm in large scale.
Unlike me, I am a farmer. Before, I used to farm almost 10 hectares, 8 hectares of maize, almost 10 hectares of beans, 2 hectares of rice. But now, I can't be able to do that because of the issue of insecurity. Unlike before, I used to farm here free because Fulani herdsmen were not around in this our locality. But with times goes on, they came to our community. We used to farm in the riverside. As we used to farm in the riverside, many of us are farmers. We are locally farmers. We don't apply fertilizer on our crops. We believe on the nature of that soil. But what we used to harvest from the riverside is better than some people who even plant and apply fertilizer. So since Fulani herdsmen has come, we are always scared because sometimes they might even attack us. They can graze our crops. They have weapons which we are always scared from. Even though if we are farming, we farm with fear that they may attack us.
Yes, our farming, our community is very in large quantity. Before we used to farm like 7 or 8 hectares of rice or cassava or maize, but now as things are occurring, we are not being able to make some of our farms. Some of them are very difficult for us now to do because of the insecurity of this environment. We used to farm plenty like maize, cassava, but now this Fulani attack, we are not being able to do it again because sometimes if we farm cassava like this, they will come and they will graze everything that we have farmed there, and the cassava will not be able to grow. Sometimes it will just die like that.
Before, I have been farming up to 5 to 6 hectares of land here at Tiomo. But due to the level of insecurity, it has reduced my level of farming now. I have reduced from 5 to 6 hectares now to 3 hectares.
Can you tell us the reason?
Yes, the reason why I have reduced is because of the issue of insecurity in our locality and even in our country as large. Because before, as I'm speaking now, I normally used to farm at the riverbank side there, where the land is very fertile. Even without the application of fertilizer, yes, your crops will grow very well and then it will be greenish. But now, because of the herdsmen attack everywhere, and even there at the riverbank side, I'm now afraid of going there to farm again. So as for now, I've been farming close to my locality.
Let's get to other parts of Africa. Belgium handed over the last remains of slain Congolese leader Patrice Lumumba, a tooth, to his family, turning a page on a green chapter in its colonial past. Take a listen.
Chief Prosecutor Frederick Van Loo gave the relatives a small bright box containing the tooth in a televised ceremony and said the legal action they had taken to receive the relic had delivered justice. It is not normal that the remains of one of the founding fathers of the Congolese nation were kept for 6 decades by the Belgians in obscure circumstances, never really elucidated. But what is known does not make us proud. Congo is set to hold 3 days of national mourning from 27 to 30th June in its 62nd anniversary of independence to mark the burial ceremony. The return of Patrice Emery Lumumba to his country will certainly allow the Democratic Republic of Congo to recover an essential link in its national memory. Beyond the Democratic Republic of Congo, an entire continent, Africa, is celebrating the return of one of its worthy sons. A fiery critique of Belgium's rapacious rule, Lumumba became his country's prime minister after it gained independence in 1960, but he fell out with the former colonial power in the United States and was ousted in a coup few months after taking office. He was executed on January 17, 1961, aged just 35, in the southern region of Katanga with the support of Belgian mercenaries. His body was dissolved in acid and never found.
Civil society organizations in Nigeria have called for the amendment of the nation's Controversial Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020, also known as KAMA Act. The Executive Director of Global Rights, Abiodun Bayo, speaking at an event organized by the International Human Rights Watchdog Global Rights, with the theme, The KAMA Shrinking Our Square, a critical dialogue, said that the reviewed KAMA Act restricts CSOs and NGOs, both incorporated as a non-profit organization act. Bayo urged members of civil society organizations in Nigeria to challenge sections of the act that are problematic and work towards proposing amendment in the future.
The NGO bill was also an effort at doing exactly the same thing. So there's been a concerted, consistent, deliberate effort to incapacitate civil society, render it so incapable that they do not become a force, an alternative to political voices that are active. So if you're then in a situation in which the political opposition is weak, the citizens are mostly pauperized and impoverished, and therefore their concern really is for what they eat on a day-to-day basis. And the civic space of active, organized civic sector is itself endangered. Organized labor is discredited and bereft of money. What you have is an authoritarian state. And that's where we're headed.
Our 2020 has a lot of, while it's a very good law for the business sector, for the profit-making sector, it's very restrictive on civil society organizations. That would include, of course, NGOs, churches, mosques, Isusu groups, and everybody incorporated as a non-profit under the CAC. It's our duty to collectively think about these issues and challenge them. And that is what we're trying to do here today. For example, there are so many subjective sections to the KAMA, and those subjective sections means that the companies and allied, the Corporate Affairs Commission can at any time step in to an organization as long as politically exposed people are not happy with the organization, which will make accountability more difficult. And as the 2023 elections approach us, we need as a society to also begin to ask for politicians who will be respectful of our civic space, who will seek to build a society in which the voice of the people can be heard rather than suppressed, and that is what this meeting is about.
Before we go, let's serve some sports news. Head coach Nduka Ogbade has assured that Nigeria's Golden Eagles will go all out against their Ivorian counterparts in today's first semi-final match of the ongoing WAFL B Under-17 Championship in Cape Coast, Ghana. The teams take to the pitch of the 15,000 capacity facility at 3 p.m. Ghana time. That's about 4 p.m. Nigerian time, before the second semi-final between host Ghana and Burkina Faso at the same venue. Victory in today's encounter will send the Eaglets into the final and with an opportunity to reclaim the WAFB Under-17 title they won in Niamey, Niger Republic 4 years ago. It also provides the Nigerian young stars a revenge platform against the Ivorians, who defeated them in the final of the same competition in Lomé early last year. Both Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire qualified for the Africa Under-17 Cup of Nations from that tournament, but the event was cancelled as host Morocco developed cold feet, with the COVID-19 pandemic still biting in some countries. That's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Ojambi. Thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usayome Sali. And today we have the amazing Monday Tonics, Milola and Manny Money. Hi Milola, Tiwa Online. How are you? How was the weekend?
Today's been very busy for me, actually.
Today is just one of those days. They should pardon our lateness. Let us apologize.
Yes, I was late because I really forgot I was on the show. So I had to do a last minute rush.
I can imagine.
But we're here. We have to keep it going.
No wahala.
We don't look like what we go through.
No, we don't. Manny, how are you?
I'm fine, and I like what she just said. We don't look like what we go through
At all.
It's been really very hectic today. Even the traffic.
You look tired, darling.
I'm very tired.
And we have to, after the show, we have to go and look for where to get fuel from, right?
Not just fuel, food too.
Food for the
I haven't had anything today.
Oh,
wow. But it's okay. It's a Monday.
Yeah, it's a Monday. It's a Monday. And
Yes, but you look so good, Owa.
You look like you've just been chilling and you got off the bed.
She
and
looks
you came
like
right
a
into
new
this
bride.
Thank you. I came this
the
week
wedding
with vengeance.
Hair is not a
Yes.
But I love my hair. Fab's hair always got me covered,
Fab's
you know.
is Fab's
You know,
is
so because
the
I
thing.
took that hair for a long time, my braids.
Yeah, you did.
So that's the first time ever
So you
I'll carry
had
my
to
hair that
come
long.
with
So
something
I have to
that
come
looks
with
like
vengeance.
magic.
You have to come banging.
Honestly.
But I love the hair. It's really beautiful. Thank you so much, Fabs. I mean,
The
everything.
babe is
Amazing.
I'm trying. I'm
Yes.
trying. So today we're discussing women in politics. You know, we always try to find a way to discuss governance, political conversations, and we're asking, you know, like, how relevant, right, in the Nigerian political terrain? How relevant is a woman in the Nigerian political terrain? And we have a fantastic guest. Here's what we first found as today's quote: "If you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman." This is from Margaret Thatcher. You know, we always use this quote anytime we're discussing women in politics. So according to Premium Times, the participation of women in politics ought not to attract any debate, if not for the noticed tendency towards reverse discrimination. All the same, the growth of the army of women in politics is necessary, or is a necessary development. We should do all things possible to ensure that this is not hindered in any way. So it's our ladies, oh no, sorry, it's not a ladies' night out. It's our Mondays where we discuss governance and political conversation. And we're asking that it's about time women in Nigeria step out to be counted more. So at this junction, when the nation's ship is sliding towards a precarious but avoidable precipice. So Dayo Benjamin Lani is here to discuss this topic: how relevant are women in the Nigerian political terrain? We'll do that, but first let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend. Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
International Nystagmus Day, Awareness Day on June 20th brings attention to a condition that can cause severe vision problems amongst other concerns. Now, the day aims to bring tools, resources, and opportunity for education to the forefront. Those with nystagmus, I think I'm pronouncing it right, face a variety of challenges. Now, this condition may cause severe vision problem, causing them to be legally blind. So because the eye movement sets them apart from others, they often face self-image and social issues. The day aims to alleviate some of these concerns by increasing awareness and erasing the stigma. While no cure exists, treatments include contact lenses, glasses, medication, and even surgical intervention. As with many conditions, early intervention is very important. Now, a physician will determine the type and the cause of nystagmus and determine the best approach to the treatment. So, in case you did not know, this is one day you need to be aware of. I need to know what the cause of this, whatever is this condition, medical condition. I'm trying to understand it. But hey, the eyes are very important. How often do you check your eyes?
No.
Rarely.
I have to check mine all the time because I read a lot. Lawyers are always reading. So, and as a child, I suffered from astigmatism. So light. Even now, I don't have my glasses with me, so I'm struggling.
I have that problem too.
Yeah, it's astigmatism. So it's too much light from my phone, too much light
from the sun.
Studio,
it affects me.
in
Horrible.
the studio as well. So sometimes that's why you see sometimes I'm looking at the wrong camera because it's the closer one and it's easier for me to see.
Oh,
yeah, that's why.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So for me, I do a lot of checkup, but again, I mean, one of the checkups I did recently, they said my eyes was presenting like what's it called now? Glaucoma and all of that, but I now did further tests and I said no, it wasn't.
Clear.
But you know, when you do the often test, especially because I knew it wasn't glaucoma, because glaucoma somehow has some hereditary traits. So somebody in your family must have it, you know, to be able to. It's not just, it doesn't really come out of the blue. You know, so I knew it was.
It started out of the blue the first time.
Well, true.
Yeah.
But I just knew that it's not a bad idea to rule it out. So I did thorough.
I think you should continue.
A lot of us don't pay attention to our eyes, and eyes is one thing that you can just wake up literally and you're blind.
Really?
Yes, that's how it happens.
Just wake up and you're blind.
So, but you see, it doesn't present any. You don't have any
symptoms.
issues. Nothing. So that's why,
you naturally see some symptoms, some itchiness,
no,
redness,
trust me.
discomfort.
If it's glaucoma, they said there's no. You just wake up one morning.
And
so
then you're blind.
that's why you need to just go for your regular checks. You know, Nigerians until the thing they pain you.
Yeah, we don't move.
We don't pay attention.
As we get older, also our sight.
Yeah, so you have to. Yes, you have to. And then for us, where they do eyelashes and contact lens.
Don't touch it.
So I'm just saying that we need to pay extra attention to our eyes.
Don't touch it. I like that.
All right, so who are we starting with, Milola? What did you find for us in the news?
What do I have in the news? We're talking about politics, so everything centers around governance, politics, election. Now, the Peter Obi support group are seeking for improved registration infrastructure. They're not just talking about increasing the number of days, but they actually want INEC to make more effort to ensure that there's adequate support to allow people register effectively. And this is some of the things that I noticed while I was in my hometown running my own for my primaries. And part of the challenges is, even though these people make it easier by going word to word, but then there's still an aspect of, okay, we need to do mobilization of people, they need some feeding logistics, and there's a lot of things that hinders people to go register for their PVC. So they are calling for an expansion and also improved infrastructure to allow for better registration. But beyond and above that, for me, I believe it's not about just getting the PVC, but actually sensitizing people enough to know the reason why they should go out and vote. So pretty much that's what I found in today's news from Punch newspaper.
Awesome.
That was dated today.
Awesome. It's very important. Honestly, I just wish we can get it right. You know, we don't have all those issues. I mean, I was trying to monitor the Ekiti elections, and it was just too many funny things, stories that were full.
Many people having bribing and
That's what happened in politics. That's what happened in politics.
As well. Manny, your story.
Reverend Okotie asked Obi, Tinubu, and others to step down for him. Says he wants to succeed Buhari. So the founder of Household of God Church, Reverend Chris Okotie, has asked leading presidential candidates in the country to step down for him so he can succeed President Buhari. Addressing journalists at his church in Oregun, Ikeja, while celebrating his 63rd birthday anniversary, Okotie said that he is the right person to right the wrongs in the country. The cleric also proposed to become the interim president, claiming it is the solution to the country's many challenges. Okotie said, I want to appeal to all presidential candidates to withdraw from the race and allow me to come in as an interim president. I want to implore Asiwaju to support my government for the betterment of the country and tell Obi that the system that introduced him cannot take him anywhere. We must also get rid of the national and state assemblies because maintaining each member costs the country billions of naira. Some of the standing committee at both assemblies are not useful to the country. They are only representing themselves and not the populace, which is true. Ministers and commissioners should also be expunged because Nigeria's democracy has been hijacked by the elites for their interests, and they are deceiving the downtrodden who don't know anything. And the most important of all is our constitution. It should be changed to a people-oriented constitution, not the military one we have now. So that is Reverend Okotie. I like his audacity.
No, he didn't participate in any primaries.
I know, he didn't participate anywhere.
He just wake up and
you know, that's why I use the word audacity. Like, who does this? Who wakes up in the morning and just says, I'm the guy for you?
Okay, Okotie does it.
And then he's going to scrap every existing
I'm the one you
structure
need. I'm telling you.
Because you believe they haven't served.
Do you
us
understand?
Well. Very interesting.
Well, thank God it wasn't a vision. Like, it wasn't told. This is
that
what
God did not tell him.
Yeah. So this is what he wants.
So breaking news, in case you have not seen the cues yet, the fuel scarcity, what's it called, has resurfaced. And a lot of we experienced a lot of gridlock in Lagos today. You know, the queues are back. I'm not sure what the real issue is because I know that over the as at last week they increased the price of diesel to 1,500 naira. That was the news that broke.
Yeah, no, that they were going to increase
it
now
rather
it's at 1,000.
Okay, so that they were going to increase it to 1,005. So I thought maybe the wahala would have been on diesel. Fuel wasn't touched, but when I now started seeing so many fuel queues for petrol, I'm just wondering. So this is just to mention it. So would follow that story to see, you know, what the real reason for this what's it called is. All right, so let's take a break now. Let's discuss women, right, and their relevance in the political terrain in Nigeria. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, referencing a publication by Abimbola Abata, Nigeria transitioned to democracy following Chief Olusegun Obasanjo's emergence as the elected president under the platform of the People's Democratic Party. However, despite the fact that political equality is one of the cardinal points of democracy, only a handful of women have occupied elected positions in the country since 1999. Low participation of women in politics remains a lingering issue which requires urgent intervention in Nigeria. While the country has never produced a female president, female vice president, or female governor in the democratic administration since 1999, the international average, or rather the national average for women's political participation for the other elective and appointive offices is around 6%. And the total number of women in the country, according to Nigeria's population clock, is about 49.4%. Although women constitute almost half of Nigeria's population, it is really sad to note that the country has one of the lowest numbers of female representation. Why is this the reality, and how relevant are women in the political terrain? You know, why are we seeing these low numbers, right, when it comes to female participation in politics? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow AFCA1 with the hashtag Wayshow. So I wanted to just quickly run by the ladies, then I'll bring in our guests in a minute. What do you think the real issue is? You have been firsthand in the political scene, so it's almost like every time there's a woman and against another man, they tell the woman, step down, you know, let the man, you know, go and represent, because they feel like he's stronger in terms of the political relevance, that he's, you know, he's been there, you know, and all of that. Why do you think this is, you know, all the time? If you are faced to choose between a woman and a man in the political terrain, they always tell that woman to step down. Why?
I do not want to put it out like they always tell women to step down, because that's really not what I experienced. I do not think at any point in my campaigning and canvassing did anyone actually say, Damlola, because you're a woman, you should step down. I didn't experience that, and it would be unfair to put that out there. That wasn't my experience, but for me, what I think is playing out largely is a function of programming. A lot of the time we're hardwired and we're a product of our environment, our upbringing, and what society think is the way we should go. So it's about the structure of the man is the head and the woman is the neck kind of arrangement. So naturally, it is expected that the man
system is affecting that,
to be the one that holds that position when it comes to decision making, and the belief that in politics is about decision making and governance. So it is perceived that men are supposed to hold the highest position in that regard. But beyond and above the programming, there's also the culture of women not believing enough in themselves. There's a fear to self-sabotage by gunning for smaller roles and smaller tasks and responsibility. And you would see that play out in how we're very quick to judge one another when a woman steps forward and say, I want to be president. A lot of women even look at her and say, what audacity, how dare you think you can be the president? So it's not even about the man, it's also about the women. So let's look at it very clearly and say, where really are the problems? There's quite a number of them. Absolutely. But are women relevant in government? Absolutely, we are relevant. But are we visible? It's another conversation entirely. There's no man that is running governance that does not have the influence of the woman playing subtly
that relevance into visibility.
That's another conversation entirely.
So let me hear your thoughts initially, then Manny, I'll bring in our guests.
Okay, so like she just said, it's this predetermined role of women in the society. You understand? So they already feel like the woman is not supposed to be here, the woman is supposed to be there. Let me give you an example. I'm a lawyer who also does debt recovery. So in my firm, one of the services that we render is debt recovery. So when I go for meetings with the vendors, they look at me and I'm like, really? Like debt recovery? I'm like, what's wrong?
Because it's supposed to be a boxing game.
Look thuggish, rugged.
Yes, you're going there for what?
Like and then you don't even look like that type of woman. Exactly, like what are you doing here? So it's already predetermined in their minds. Then women and men, sometimes we have different ideologies, you know, then they see the factors that make them call us weak, which are number one, keeping late nights. you see that most of these politicians, they have their meetings at night.
Yeah.
So they're like, which married woman or which woman will want
which
to be...
responsible
woman will want to attend meetings at this ungodly hour. They call it
unholy hour.
Ungodly hour. So they have that already. Then we have the money spending. We saw during the primaries, we saw how people were busy buying delegates, busy buying aspirants, and busy buying votes, vote buying. Which woman is going to spend the way that these men are spending? Absolutely. You understand? Then we have women, like she said, inferiority complex. We have all these political giants. Then you want one girl to come out of somewhere and just want to sit and fight for the same position as the man. People are like, where did you come from? What audacity, like she said. So we have these things that intimidate the women and scare them off.
All right, let me bring in our guest, right? Mrs. Dayo Benjamin Lani, FIMC CMC, is a voice. She's a media entrepreneur and an event profile global enterprise communicator. She's executive director of Doza Group, Doza Digital Nigeria, Doza Conference Management Bureau, Doza Print, and she's also the CEO of the brand, and an ordained assistant pastor and wife of Pastor Tunde Benjamin Lani of the Throne Room RCCG Abuja that meets at Transcorp Hilton. So if you are there, just catch them up. An English graduate of the University of Ibadan, Dayo is a public speaking entity and an experiential consultant who has honed a reputation as one of Nigeria's most recognized and sought after masters of ceremony, with a stellar background spanning media entertainment, event design and architecture, hospitality, culture, tourism, and the CEO branding. She is also a senatorial aspirant who just recently concluded her primaries in Abuja. And she's joined us live from Abuja. Thank you so much, Dayo.
Hi, everybody. Hi. And to the team.
So, I don't know, maybe because...
Wow.
Sorry, you said, ma'am?
I said, it's a shout out to the sister team and tribe at Ways. I mean, you're just...
Thank you so much. I was going to say that. So because you are like the pro of the pros when it comes to speaking, maybe today that's why I'm trying so hard not to make a mistake.
No. I'm thoroughly enjoying all of you. Have a bit of challenge though with the volume level, but I'm enjoying the various interventions and yeah.
Thank you so much
for our subject matter.
You're welcome on the show.
So we're having a bit of challenge, but let's just dive into this conversation, right? First of all, congratulations. I would say congratulations because just going out and picking up a form is enough win for every single woman that tried, at getting elected into any office. So I would say congratulations, But you know what? Just help us understand this conversation, because again, for every time, I mean, we just concluded some primaries in Nigeria and it seemed like a lot of women were relegated to the back seat, knowing fully well that our population, it holds a huge, it holds a huge place in determining who eventually, gets elected as women. So how come we're not translating that? I mean, like Milola had said about visibility, how come we're not translating the relevance that women we have? So I am thinking in my head, are we relevant in the political terrain? First of all, let's just ask that question. As a woman, are you relevant in the political terrain?
I think it's justifiable as a question, more like a query of what we see to be the obvious challenge to not just the pursuit, but the very intentional expression of the number of us who came out. Thank you for the commendation and the congratulatory reference. I should mention straight up that my 28 votes at the primary, putting me in second position, they say, is the highest number of votes that any woman has gotten on the FCT political platform, electoral platform at primaries. Every other woman has gotten no more than one vote. Now, while it may seem like one should applaud that, like I say, you see Winning and rigging are two separate things. And when people say I tried, knowing I won, that's another conversation, not for ways. However, what I will say is it clearly not just begs the question, but the query, what is going on? And that is why in the post that I put out on my IG, I said, my take on this, it's not so much about our relevance. No one can question the relevance of women in the political space and our participation in terms of the various representations of elective reference would be, whether it's from the party level to, party politics, to the primaries, to all of that engagement, all the way through to the various offices that administrate and direct the course, as we say, of election engagement. No. The challenge is our positioning. And there's a hierarchy, not just of the patriarchy now, not even about the self-limiting beliefs, but about the conundrum itself. What happens within the political space when you are politicking? How do you outwit the politricksters? Because they will always be there. And the reality I've come to understand is, if we look at this whole presentation as the city of Troy, we must determine just what our Trojan horses are going to be and the Trojan horse strategy for women is going to be. I think the greatest challenge of our positioning is in our Trojan horse presentation. I won't just say and qualify that, oh, the men have it this way. It's much more than the men. It's an institutionally entrenched hierarchy that works its way, has been working at this and has not so much perfected as it is, has very deliberately and intentionally set up the course with very resistant milestones, very resistant points of entry, very resistant points of engagement, so that for me, looking at it and my experience, I would say, because we talk about the consultations at one level, I was told, go, it's local and everything. I went as local and as basic as it gets. And from the 62 wards and the 6 area councils of Abuja, I won the heart of the people, including the indigents. However, where I found the real thrust, the challenge erupted, was in the place of the stakeholders, the ones who actually were the gatekeepers in the place, not even of the delegates now, but of those who control the delegates.
Wow.
And with those controlling the delegates, it wasn't even so much controlling, but controlling the space, because I got the delegates. I got the doctored list, I got the new venue, I got all of that. But what I didn't get was their internal dynamics that twisted the outcome so that winning and rigging became the real contention. And I asked myself the question, should women therefore ask how to rig in order to win? Or do we say, understanding how they rig, so that one can institutionally rearrange your own structures, not just to win in terms of numbers on your strategy, but actually to win the outcome in the place of influencing your stakeholders, because the stakeholders hold it, and you have to be able to navigate through that space and negotiate with them for your own position as a woman. Because I think it's not just enough to be a woman running in the race. That's the other thing I must mention. Make sure you're a winner in the race, running as a woman.
Thank you. There was so much from that conversation, and although I was struggling a bit to hear what Aunty Dayo was saying, but personal experience with Aunty Dayo, we had a meet-up one time, and trust me, I knew that she has what it takes. And trust me, likes, charges attracts each other, and that was one of the things that It's not a wonder the outcome of primaries when people that you think are most qualified do not get a ticket. And just like she mentioned, it's not about the delegate, it's about the people that are controlling the entire stakeholders that really, really drive the outcome of primaries. And it's really, there's a lot to it. And just like she said, it's not a question of whether we're relevant. Without a doubt, women are very relevant in politics, but how visible and are we given the right reward in terms of the quota we bring to the table and the value we bring to the political space? Is it commensurate with the recognition we get? Is a totally different conversation entirely.
Okay, let me just quickly go on a very short break. When we come back from the break, we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we are discussing how relevant are women in the political terrain in Nigeria. And we have Dayo Benjamin Lani with us live from Abuja. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WayShow Africa 1 with the hashtag WayShow. Manny, you had a question, or so that I just quickly, go ahead.
Yeah, not a question. I just wanted to talk about what resonated with me more with what Auntie Dayo, you said, Auntie Dayo, yes, what she said. So she talked about...
Manny, I'm unable to hear you.
Oh, wow. Okay, we're having struggles. Can you hear me now? Is it possible?
I can hear you, but I can't hear Manny.
Okay, so I'm going to speak up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I was talking about what she said and talking about what resonated with me more, you know. You said something about not just running the race. So we've already established the fact that, yes, well done, congratulations and all. You know, that's what we even said to Milola as well. But what you're saying is not just about running the race, it's about winning. So I like the fact that you're talking about winning. So talking with the stakeholders, because one thing I noticed about these primaries was the horse trading. So these people are shrewd negotiators. So what we saw was them bargaining, you know, and giving concessions. So even if we say that these people are doing this, the women need to learn how to do it. You understand?
So that's what begs the question about that relevance. Because you see, if you do not understand it, right, you can be there. But would we say that these guys, with or without women, can succeed? The answer is yes.
No.
I'm telling you.
No.
Okay, let me hear. Go ahead, ma'am.
But no, what I'd like to say, Manny, and I'll tell you what sincerely, politics, before it's transformational, must be transactional.
Yes.
You have to.
Yes.
I'm an entrepreneur. I do business. There's nothing. Excuse me, please. Every one of us went to school. Did you go to school free? Even if it was free education, the government paid for it. You pay school fees, you pay for lessons, you pay for exams before you emerge as whatever. It doesn't happen free of charge. Political space must be transacted for. Whatever you're going to do, going out to the terrain, we go to the wards, we're meeting the people, we're engaging them, we're speaking to personalities who direct the course of the choices from the delegate position of endorsing you, voting for you, to your crossing from the primaries into the general election space. Everything is a transaction to the final D-Day of emerging the overall winner from being a flag bearer. It's transactions. And call it horse trading, the truth of the matter is the principle of horse trading is finding the best horse for the race, or the best horse for the farm, or the best horse with which to ride a high society outing. You've got to make sure you check it out, check it through, and then you go to market, as you would say. You begin to do the haggle. Women are born for it. It's just that we are not made to understand that this is what you have to do. I love what I would call her our foremost female political nationalist, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, has done, setting up a political school, a school of politics, after her experience in the political terrain. Because I believe that there's a lot of political illiteracy, there's a lot of small-minded reference and representation that comes from the small talk that we use to frame politics every 4 years when it comes up. Having participated, being in it, you got to get into it, really, like I say, get into the mess to become a message or a messenger. What needs to change? What is pivotal? There are things that I've seen that I understand that are critical to the crux. And that is why, for me, running never stops once you start running in the political race arena. For me, it's like you keep your engine running, never switch it off. My engine is not switched off, it's still in running mode. All I have to do is engage the gears and I'm on that move again. What is critical, therefore, is to understand the horse trading is not something to treat with disgust because you don't understand what it is. Yeah. You need to get into understanding it is transaction. The model is transactional. A lot of us women, we come into the political space. Yes, I was called Mama Koa, a lot of things, but I made them understand it's not enough to call myself a mother. I am a model. And what am I a model of? A prototype of political advocacy, and one that truly brings from a position not just of being elitist, but having an understanding about my advocacy within my political space and my community of political reference. That reference has to be built up, and you don't stop building. You don't stop curating the experience, keeping the network going. Following the primaries, I've had so many people, because what has happened is just thrust me up into that space in the FCT, and there I am as a foremost female chieftain for the APC, women in the Federal Capital Territory. That for me has redefined, as it were, who I am as a visible voice and how I engage through my visible connect the women. The women, not just the women, the youth. I had to restrain a group of youth from going out on a rally saying they want to find out the questions and everything. It's still in discourse. It's still a conversation that is going. And we also have to understand the, how do I put it now, the attitudinal dynamics that go into politics. Is so dynamic. And there's so much happening at the same time within a given timeline. So the pressure is what it is. The pressure build-up is what it is. But if we consciously, deliberately, and with the value of pedigree, you were talking about relevance. Relevance is politics, is what you give to it. It's what you define for you. And understanding that it's not just for you, but it's for everyone you're representing. So I understand. I'm representing different advocates. It's not just about women, it's youth. It's not just about youth, it's youth who are being brought into a new one. I have so many. In fact, I became a one-woman voter drive, voter registration drive, even party registration drive, because they said, well, if Auntie D is there, then we're all going in that direction. And this is important. Politics is about leadership. Those who pervert what politics is for will always corrupt the process. But when we are determined, when I say we, a number of us who by the power of disruption have come into it, or others who over time have collected all of that political experience and are still retaining the integrity of politics for what it is, because I came up with the definition that politics in its purity is the highest form of advocacy for people, for community, and even for creating your own legacy. So you still find there are people there who honor the cause of political advocacy in its purity. But there's a larger number that don't. Why? There's a hustle in politics. And that hustle in politics makes it easier to bend the rules and to rule the day, let me put it like that. And, you know, it's like, we'll let it rip and let everybody end up in court if they choose to. And then they now use the big bat of party is supreme. So you're not supposed to do anything outside of honoring the party, which I completely accept. However, I do say that she who dares wins. And in the place of daring what you see to be anti-party in itself, within that conundrum, then be a voice that speaks, but find in your speaking the wisdom with which to speak and with which to adjudicate for yourself, your position and your, not just your argument, but your cause for justice and justifiable representation for you and for any other around you, especially the woman who has put herself into the fray.
Okay.
I find that more women need to do that. We need to be more courageous about not just standing up, but courageous about standing together. And
so I was going to come to that standing together. Can you hear me? So I was going to come to that standing together because we got a comment from Angola. Kenneth, he says, good evening, ladies. He says, apart from culture, another obstacle from my view is that women themselves, they don't support their own. Because when you say standing together, it is, I mean, women supporting women is just on paper. You really don't, I mean, there were women that were delegates at the primaries where both you and Milola, participated in. So how come we did not even get that, support from women? But I want to ask this question. Is it not counterproductive, or is it not wrong for all the time when a woman is coming out, she's always, because I heard you talk about seeking support of the women, seeking support of the youth. That's always what we do. Why can't we get the buying of a man? Why are we not able to attract their support, you know, as a woman? Why are we not able to attract the support of a man to say, you know what, I'm a man, but this woman, she can take me to where I'm going?
Well, let me respond.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Who should go?
Yeah, you.
My honor, go ahead and respond.
Thank you, Antidayo. For me, you said something, and from experience, men support women in politics. Trust me, they do. If I've gotten any support from running, it has been from men than from the women.
Did the men vote? It's not about supporting and say, oh, I believe in you. You can
women,
do it.
Women,
are they ready to
go
put
out?
Thank you.
Let me tell you something. There's a structure that we are all fighting against, which is the rigid structure that doesn't allow women, that does not believe that women should have a particular position because of mental conditioning. But the people that will naturally root for you more, that would support you more as a woman, is actually the men and not the women. If anything, you would hear your fellow women say things like, Why do you want to start from that position? Why can't you just start from this lower one? And you can tell that because they project on you the limitations that are self-imposed. They do not even see themselves being able to drive what you're running for. They do not think that you should do it, or they expect that because they've had to follow a particular path, you're supposed to go through that same thing and not try to create a new paradigm for yourself. Trust me, women are not as relevant as we should be in governance. Personal opinion, because women do not support women.
Okay, so let me hear.
I'll tell you, I had the most amazing support from women. Everywhere I went. In fact, I became like, I just became their champion. I would go into locations, all these, and I'm talking about women at the most basic level and first point of entry, being the wards within the local government area councils. I'm talking about Muslim women. I'm talking about old women, young women. The girls came out, they started saying things in Abaji that we want to see our woman. And I became honestly trending, not just for the women. The women all came out. Now, for Abuja, we had a total of 310 delegates. And from the 5 delegates, Keda was supposed to have 2 women out of every 5, which gave me 124 women votes potentially. Now, at the very least, not adding anything, I had half of that number already given. Because of the unique permutations that happened on the day of my primaries, the women that ended up in that hole that day were not even up to 40. If at the most, let me be generous and say 60. They weren't even up to 60. The women were not allowed to come to vote. They were kept out. Women were outside. They came, they tried to get in through the gate. They were not allowed in. They had made it very clear that Adedayo was their candidate, that enough is enough. I'm talking about women who couldn't even speak the English with me, but would speak their hearts to me. When I was done with the primaries, the people who had started coming to meet me up till now are the women. The women leaders, the deputy women leaders from the wards, from within Abuja, Amak, all the women leaders and deputy came to meet me to, it was like to commiserate. And every one of them had a different story to tell. I got the women's support. I got the women's support at the level of the delegates women. Complete. I can say that confidently. In fact, all of them, when they see me now, when they all see me, Adedayo, Pepe, all of them start singing. There are all kinds of songs. Is it Mommy Dayo? Is it? And look, there's a lot of fakey things that happen, but these women were genuine. Yes, I did have a number of women who felt it was not my place or my time to run, particularly for Senate. It's like the audacity of even reaching for that was just too much of it was just a shock. How could she? Why would she? Let her go and start at the beginning. And the truth of the matter is, I've been involved in political advocacy through the channel of media communication, working the events, over time, without consciously knowing it. That was how I became politically educated. And that audacity therefore grew out of that. Abuja is my city. I've been here 30 years. I understand that I don't need to be an indigent to enjoy indigent favor, and I proved it. Absolutely. Now, a lot of people who are in the political elite, a lot of the stakeholders, a lot of my aunties, big sisters, and so on, yes, they haven't experienced that reality. My political movement, my palpitations, engaging the people. So many of them said that in the political history of Abuja, no politician did the rounds I did. I found that almost unbelievable. But then the facts presented themselves. I was with them 3 times over. I went, I worked it, because for me it was the people until I met the challenge, where I met the challenge, which had nothing to do with the people, nothing to do. The women were all for me. Where the women had a challenge supporting me was women who were in the system. Women who have been in the system. Women who have been challenged by the challenge in the system itself. I don't want to use stronger terms than
Okay, so let me just quickly, because I want to piggyback to what Manny had said about horse trading when you talked about transactions, because we have run out of time. So if we were to look at that analogy that you gave about picking the best horse, right, for the race, because you are there to win that money, right? You are doing a transaction because you want to win at the end of the day. So why is it that all the time where there are situations of horse trading that you want to pick a horse, it is always the male candidate that goes to say, you know what, I think this will be the best horse to win this race for us in the political scene. Is there any particular
No,
reason?
let me rearrange. Okay, let me rearrange that. They don't necessarily go pick the best horse. They pick a sick horse. Do you understand?
Yeah.
This is just the truth. The people who do this are people, like I said, there are two kinds of politicians: those who pervert what the political process is all about, and those who will elevate it to what it should really be. Now, the hustle in the political space is when you allow horse thieves to come and do a switch in the name of taking advantage of the horse trading in the market. We have to watch when the switch happens. There is always a switch over time. That switch over time does not happen when you're out campaigning, meeting the people, winning their hearts, all of that. It happens that day of the primaries. Then you are thinking it's about, what you're going to negotiate is not anything to do with the delegate. What's something else? There's what you call a political dynamic called the math. Something else is going on in the...
And you are not aware of that. Oh, wow.
That is where you don't watch out. And that is where, because I had strategists working with me. I had my husband with me. This wasn't something we did for the sake of running, even a beauty contest, like you and I know, is no longer a simple case of a woman, a pretty girl walking down the catwalk anymore. There's all kinds of activity happening in our beauty pageants these days. And it's all with the same kind of hustle. People getting there, messing up what should be a beauty pageant and turning it into another kind of exchange. That reality is just what we see. But what I say is that we have to get more, let me use the word savvy about understanding how these things happen and know when you are being, because they posture. There's a lot of posture by way of either political intimidation or they try and get you to present yourself as being less than who you ought to present yourself as. And then there's always a place of being careful. So you're not seen as a troublesome woman.
Whoa. Now you're opening a lot of kind of worms. Absolutely. But you know what? We ran out of time.
This is the truth.
Yeah.
So you've got to be wise. We've got to be wiser. And I believe that we're working on a wiser strategy for what we have ahead. But for now, let's not jump out of the race.
Absolutely. We're not jumping out of the race. And we're looking forward to hosting you live in studio because we had a bit of struggle today. Yeah. But anytime you're in Lagos, please just let us know and we'll have this conversation over and over again because we need to continue to educate more women. But quickly, let's take our messages because we ran out of time.
I have a message from Daniel, who's a regular fan. Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? The question is, how relevant are women in the Nigerian political terrain? In a nutshell, in Nigeria, from time immemorial, we have been having men in power and occupying position till now, and they have failed us. If the women are not tried and tested, how can we know that they are relevant? Saying that women are relevant in the political terrain in Nigeria is just an understatement. The men have failed us. Let us try the women, and I believe without any shadow of doubt that the women will go forward. You can never tell. I am not against the man, but I think the women can deliver let us support them. Thank you
Okay,
so much,
thank you, Daniel. Go ahead,
for that vote of confidence.
Okay, greeting ladies. There is hardly any man that does not eat out of the palms of a woman. Those so-called gatekeepers that determine and manipulate the delegates, what has the female aspirants done to gain control from that end?
Absolutely.
Benson.
So that's, I mean, that is where we need to go. I mean, when Daya was talking about, you know, setting up political academies for women, we need to start learning. Because now we need to infiltrate these parties, become stakeholders where we hold them by the jugular. That's how it would work, because that's the only way you can actually cleanse the system, where we infiltrate and clean it from inside. But I think we've had a fantastic conversation. Thank you so much, Dayo. Thank you, Manny. Thank you, Milola. Now, before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram. It's at Way Show Africa. You can interact with us further. Most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, again, we love this quote all the time. It says, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman. This is what's from Margaret Thatcher. We'll see you guys live at 8 p.m. tomorrow as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Today on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Taiwo Ajala, is asking the court to compel Dr. Adeduro to refund 2 million naira deposit he made for a land transaction.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Taiwo Ajala and Adeduru. Parties sworn on oath.
Thank you, Akin.
You're welcome.
So, Taiwo Ajala, you are the one that has brought Dr. Adeduru to court.
Yes.
Can you please narrate what is going on?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sometimes in May 2020, my admin manager approached me and said the defendant has a plot of land to sell in Abuja that he has some clearing to do at the port, and it's in need of money. I said, okay, how much is the plot of land? He said 8 million. It's in a Jikoyi, outskirts of Abuja. So after all the negotiations, we agree on 5 million. And he said he's urgently in need of 2 million to clear his consignment at the port because it's attracting demurrage. I said, okay, first thing first. Before I would do that, let me even find out the veracity of his claim. So we have an office in Abuja. I sent our office in Abuja, one of our staff in Abuja, to go to the land and to go to Abuja Municipal and find out if the land is actually genuine.
So you took documents from him?
Yes. Okay. Yes. So the result came back 2 days after and said, yes, he's the legal right, he's the owner of the land. So I advanced him the 2 million naira. So, and he gave me the title to the land. So about 2 weeks after, I said, okay, now that we've verified that he is the owner of the land, let's now go to the land and find out if the land exists. Because the document will not tell us whether the land is vacant or if there's anything on the land. So I sent someone again to go there, but surprisingly, when the person came back, he said the land adjacent to it, there is a graveyard, that people are burying the dead there. And
adjacent, not on the land?
Not on the land initially, adjacent to the land. And I called him, I said, this is what I found out. He said, no, it is not true. I said, okay. Our project director, who is sitting here, traveled to Abuja 3 weeks after. On the same land, they were actually burying that day 3 corpses. And I said, this is not what you told me. He insisted that it's not true. I said, okay, let's go there. Let's go to that land. And if you are sure that the land, there is nothing like that on the land, let's go to Abuja and let's find out. He was just giving me the excuses why he cannot go. Then sometimes a month after, he called me that it's right there on the land and that the secretary of the land is with him. I said, this is not our agreement. The agreement, we go there together. Let me see for myself that the land is free of encumbrances. He didn't go. And I said, okay, I don't have any issue with you, but I want my money back. So he called for a meeting, sometimes 2nd October 2020. He called for a meeting somewhere in Ikeja, in a fast food restaurant in Ikeja. And one Mrs. Pepe was there. The woman confirmed that she also has a plot of land very close to his. And it's true that they've turned that place to burial ground. I said, okay, fine and good. I want my money.
When you paid deposits,
yes.
Before you paid the deposit,
yes,
you didn't have a physical inspection of the...
No, I only had Abuja Municipal document, yeah, that is the right owner of the land.
Okay.
So the woman said she also has a plot of land adjacent, not far from his. And she has been told that that place is a burial ground and she has let it go. So and I told him that, okay, I want my money back. He said, that was October 2nd, 2020. He said he would pay me in March 2021. The woman was even accusing him of that why are you delaying it till March? He said he has an estate in Calabar and ASU on strike. When they call off the strike, he will get money, he will refund my money back. I said, okay, he gave me another taking that he will pay back in March.
Let me see. Go ahead, leave that first.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I will find it. So, March came, he didn't pay me a dime. And I said, you promised to pay me by end of March 2021. It was then, in May, he made another proposal. May 17, 2021. He said he will be paying me 300,000 naira every month till November.
Let me have a look at it.
I agreed.
Show him.
It was a WhatsApp message. He said he will be paying it instrumentally every month, 300,000 naira. Till November. November came, not even a dime. And even till today, he has not paid me a dime. He has not even 1 penny.
That's your case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the land in question, I bought it in 2004. And when he approached me to the admin manager to buy it, they did all the searches or whatever they could do on the land. It was confirmed that I own the land. They went to the land and they did a video recording of the land. My phone, because I've been waiting here, my phone went off because I had the video recording on my old phone. The video recording was sent to me by the admin manager, where it was said that we are on the land now. It's semi-built up.
Is that correct? Is the admin manager here? I want you to come out. Let me know, because we can put the phone on, we can charge it and have a look, but let me hear from him if there is no controversy as to that.
I should continue.
No, just want to ask him, is that correct, what he said? That you were on the land and you had a video recording?
He wasn't the one, Your Honor.
Not him.
And so they sent the video to him. He sent to me before they paid for the 2 million.
Okay, you saw the video of the land then. Was there anyone buried there at that time? No. Okay, you can go and have your...
So when they saw the video...
Sit down.
It was after the video, Your Honor, that the 2 million was paid. And the balance was to be paid after. He said I should release the original documents. Once he gets the original documents, they will pay the balance.
It's not done that way.
Yes, ma'am. The admin manager...
Let me, because I will be taking it at every...
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I asked you to first, that did you have a physical inspection before making...
No.
If you did not, that's not right. You have to see what you are paying for. Under the law, there's what we call caveat emptor. Buyers beware. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor.
You're spending your hard-earned money on something that you have not cited. It's not done. And for you, you are selling a property. You had original documents with you. The appropriate thing to do is to make photocopies to give out for them to go and conduct search. It's only when the full payment is made that you release the original document.
Yes.
So I'm just correcting the two of you on that. So go ahead.
Yes. Your Honor, so after the original documents was released, actually I released through the admin manager, who is my son-in-law, and he said once he gives the original document, he was going to come back with the balance. So he went away with the original documents.
Is that true? You were supposed to pay the balance ordinarily.
No. What we agreed is after making the 2 million naira payments to him, the recording he was talking about was after the payment was made. After the payment was made, we had an agreement, signed agreement.
When you made that deposit initially,
yes,
that was with the intention of paying the balance later.
Balance after seeing the land physically.
Okay.
Yes.
All right then. So go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. So one of the things I told him is that when you pay the balance and you want to move into the site, please, you let me know. Because part of the balance you will pay to me, I will settle the king of the area.
Exactly.
The plaintiff, Taiwo Ajala, deposited a sum of 2 million out of the 5 million naira price agreed for a plot of land in Abuja. He claims to have discovered that the land sold to him is a burial ground. He said that one of his staff witnessed the burial of 3 corpses on the day he went to inspect the land. He alleges that Dr. Adeduru made an undertaking to refund the 2 million naira deposit but has not paid a dime since 2020. The defendant, Dr. Adeduru, said that no corpse was buried on the land as at the time he sold it to Taiwo Ajala. He further stated that he has since released the original documents to the buyer with the expectation that his balance of 3 million naira will be paid. George Fumi wades into this matter.
You know why I said exactly?
Yes, ma'am.
Because what the two of you do not know is that this court had gone to that place.
Yes, ma'am.
We've gone to investigate. this matter.
Yes.
So I just come in because I have the two of you, I have your claim here. I know where the problem is. As at the time you bought, nobody was buried on the land.
Yes.
Initially. On the land.
Yes, adjacent.
On the land.
Yes.
We're talking, you didn't buy adjacent land.
Yes.
You bought his own land.
Yes.
None. After you made deposits, yes, so people were buried on the land. Now, according to the king and the local people there, when you are about to start work on the land, ordinarily, or when you resell, he is supposed to settle them. It's their custom. They know it. And even the king said, the person that has buried somebody there, they could still ask him, they will ask him, but you have to come and do the needful first, because that is the custom. Once that is done, then they will call the chief. They said he's one chief. Do you know the man?
I don't know.
They said he's a chief. That they will call the chief and ask the chief to come and exhume from the land. Now, you come to contracts. There was an offer. There was an acceptance.
Yes.
There's consideration from your part. All that is left is specific performance. Yes. You've committed yourself. You have as good as bought the land. All you have to do is to pay balance. It's your land. It's no longer his land. You have the original documents with you. Whether you release them or you do not release them, you will still need him before you can change the title to your name. It's just the law. I'm just telling you the law, the way it is. Because he has to give you a deed of assignment. And it's the deed of assignment and the receipts that you are going to use to perfect your title. It's like you make payments. Oh, you've bought it. That's it. Let me just put it there, under the law. All you need to do is pay him his balance. And he will do the deed of assignment. Then he will go and tidy up that end. He will just go down to the village once he gets that money and sort out. Because I would have taken him up that when he collected the deposit from you, how come he did not do the needful? But from your narration, you said you already knew what you wanted to use that 2 million naira for. That's why I'm not holding him responsible for that. Because ordinarily, you know your custom, you are selling, immediately you collect the money. The first thing you ought to go and do is that. And you only send somebody down there for them to have a look because you want to make payment.
Payment, yes.
You wanted to pay the balance at that point in time. So that is where you are right now.
Yes, Your Honor, there was also a caveat on our agreement that if there's any encumbrance on the land, my money will be returned to me. We both signed before I even paid the 2 million.
Let me see what's your sign.
And this is his own response to that.
You know, I'll explain. I just want to see what you wrote there. But the bottom line is, right now, you have not even completed payments. With this, I realized that you have both agreed, even you have accepted to return the money. Yes, by installments. You've agreed.
It's our agreement.
Yes, he's not denying that. Yeah. You see, I first told the two of you the position of the law and where you've gone wrong. Yes. Do you understand me?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the position of the law.
Yes, Your Honor.
But subsequent to that, or despite that, you've had your own agreements to pay. All right then. Now, you are ready to sell. That's the condition to
yes,
sell.
Your Honor.
You have the documents to sell the land.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand? So it cannot sell. Because it's like a stalemate. You can't sell unless you get the documents. And when you get the document to sell, you pay off everybody and you return his own money.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
If you
I've
like
offered the documents to him, but he refused.
Let me have the documents. Do you have it here?
No, it's not here.
Where do you stay? Are you in Lagos? You're
Yes,
based in
Your
Lagos?
Honor.
You are based in Lagos too?
Yes.
Okay. When can you bring them to the Lagos team?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow morning.
Okay. Okay, bring it to the court tomorrow morning. Come over to the court tomorrow morning. That's by the side. Then you really have to speed up because it needs its money too. It's more of a gentleman agreement, even though you have signed as well. Let me have a look at it. Show this to me. That's your signature, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want to confirm that. So, you bring the document over tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
You sell it on time.
Can I have 6 months, Your Honor? Because I'm not based in Abuja. I got buyers the past. I called his lawyer.
Okay.
Because I given it to a lawyer. I told the lawyer, I have a buyer.
Okay.
Can you send the copy, even if you have to
Photocopy,
make,
yeah.
if you have to make a mark on it?
Okay.
Let the buyer make up his mind and pick up. The lawyer didn't give me the paper. He didn't even respond. But in this case
That's
now,
not true, Your Honor.
Anyway,
I won't lie.
we've passed that stage now. It's the way forward now. So it's talking about 6 months. But if you get the money before 6 months,
Yes, I will.
Is that okay by
The
you?
issue I have, Your Honor, is that he has made several promises.
No, this is court now. This is court now. It's court now.
Is that all right, Your Honor?
You are giving. You said 6 months.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right then.
Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
So tomorrow morning,
Yes, Your Honor.
you bring the document to the court.
Yes, Your Honor.
So bring it to the court. Take it to the legal team. And I'd like you to come over tomorrow. So what time? Agree on the time you meet here tomorrow now.
What time?
10 o'clock.
Is that okay by you?
I will make it.
All right, so 10 o'clock tomorrow. So my ruling on this matter is that the plaintiff will hand over the original documents of the land in dispute to the defendants, and in 6 months' time, that's by October, by 31st of October,
Yes, Honor.
2022, you pay him the sum of 2 million naira.
Thank you.
If you decide to pay by installments before that date, you can start.
Thank you.
You don't really have to wait till when you sell. Do you understand?
Yes, okay.
If you can offset from any other source, you can start making. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's my job.
Thank you.
All rise.
Thank you.
Continuing.
My name's Matthew Sunday Churi, and I was actually looking out for justice because I have my tenant who was long time overstayed, up to getting to 2 years, or couldn't pay. And I had no choice than to look for help And when I came here last year, it was like a magic. It was a surprise to me.
Previously on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Matthew Chiori, is asking the court to compel Alero, his tenants, to pay 550,000 naira overdue rent and vacate the apartment. The defendant claims that revenue from her business has taken a downturn due to the pandemic. She is pleading for more time.
And on precisely 2018, Ms. Alero came and told her stories. She was looking for a house in my apartment, 2-bedroom apartment. So based on sympathy and the story she told about herself, so I considered giving her the apartment 2018 July precisely.
And when I saw the apartment, it was okay. I said, okay, let me go for this one because it was really stressful for me looking for a place. So I paid for a year. I moved into the apartment July 18th, 2018. My business was doing well. I was taking care of the kids. I was trying my best. I was paying school fees. And I used to pay the utility bill he's talking about. I tried my best to pay that.
Now, I asked her a question. Your Honor, please. How many months after you packed into my house did you pay?
Whenever there is, whenever there is.
When you pack in, did I collect any agreement fee?
No.
I did it because of her situation. And since then, she took me for granted. And you know that my kids, I'm a clearing agent. I didn't
take him for
and my
granted.
customers,
He was nice to me. I didn't
most
take
of
him
my
for
importers
granted.
are no more important. I told you my kids, you see them stay at home because of school fees. So what you're saying, I understand whatever you're saying, but it's not at my date. You saw the first floor is flooded when it rains, so I can't put anybody there. So if you keep living there and owing me, telling these stories, so for how long?
The defendant, a single mother abandoned by her husband with 2 children, claims that the pandemic and the consequent downturn in the economy complicated her financial situation. The plaintiff also claims that he is equally impacted by the pandemic and the rent is his fallback plan. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
Last Christmas that you were cooking, did you see my family cook anything in the house?
How would I know, sir?
No, you are there. You are there.
How would I know?
You saw them and you saw we didn't cook because I wasn't having money. When you were frying the chicken, you think my children don't eat chicken.
Your Honor, he doesn't even know how I got that chicken. My kids have not been eating with.
No, I understand.
They have not been eating anything.
When land?
That day I had to go and take that chicken on credit.
Judge Fumi is sympathetic towards the ordeal of the defendant. She offers support, and after the break, Judge Fumi rules.
So judgment for the plaintiff for the sum of 550,000 naira. The court is going to assist the defendants in offsetting 100,000 naira out of the 550,000 naira. Secondly, the defendants will vacate the premises by June 2021. Judgment for the plaintiff.
It was a long time issue I've been facing myself and I couldn't help myself. And by God's grace, somebody introduced Justice Court to me. And I wanted to give it a try, though, because I know some court procedures will take a long time to be resolved. But fortunately, as God may have it, I came here. So coming here was like a relief and was like a prayer answered because I came here just once. After all said and done, the court helped me instantly. The court agreed to give, first of all, 100,000 to support her payment to my house rent she's been owing for long. And after which, the court decided on how the payment should go. And within a space of, I think, a month and 2 weeks, the whole amount was paid from the tenant. And it was like, do you still want to retain the house or you want to pay? So, but she took the decision she want to go to a lower standard house that can accommodate her. I actually came here to thank the Justice Court and also to appreciate them for their gesture, though my house where she parked at the down floor is still swampy because of rain coming from the floors. But I still thank God that that money was paid then, and also want everybody to thank Justice Court on my behalf. It is actually here in Justice Court I find courts not unstable, because out there the court we know now may not give you justice for a very long time. I tell you the truth. And when I came here, I was thinking, okay, going to court is not just to waste my whole year dragging over issues. But I came here, it was like a family resolution. I came here, it was done like something else. So if you need to pray and you are advised to come to court, consider this prayer answered, because here is a place I came just once and I had a solution to that problem. I think it's a good place to be.
Have you been cheated or have a dispute and want justice? Don't take laws into your hands. Log on to www.thejusticescourt.com and submit your case.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back at the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Good afternoon. This is the news update. I'm Tolu Ojerumi. President Muhammadu Buhari has nominated 7 persons for screening and confirmation by the Senate for appointment as ministers. Senate President Ahmed Lawan read Buhari's letter of request on the floor of the Senate in Abuja today. In the letter read by Lawan, the president said the nominees would replace the former ministers that resigned from his cabinet. Henry Kechuku Eko, Abia State; Umana Okon Umana, Akwa Ibom State; Egumakama Joseph Nkama Ibonyi State; Goodluck Nana Opea, Imo State; Umar Ibrahim El Yakub, Kano State; Ademola Adewale Adegoroye, Ondo State; and Odun Idi, Rivers State, made the list. Meanwhile, the Senate today named the lawmaker representing the Federal Capital Territory, Senator Philip Aduda, as the new minority leader of the Senate. He is to replace Senator Einaya Abaribe. Senator Chukwuka Utazi was also named as the Senate minority whip to take over Aduda's former position. The Senate President Ahmad Lawan announced the appointment while reading two separate letters signed by the National Secretary of the PDP, Samuel Anyanwu. In the meantime, Nigerians are now paying more for petrol despite the official price still fixed at 162 naira 50 kobo and 165 naira per litre. Independent marketers who started implementing a new price regime of between 170 naira and 190 at the weekend insist that it would be difficult for them to sell at the official pump price. Scarcity of the product resurfaced in Lagos, Akure, Ado-Ekiti, Abeokuta, Jos, among other towns in the southwest. The situation in Abuja worsened at the weekend with long queues at the filling stations where petrol is sold. In Lagos, many independent stations were shut. The few that were dispensing recorded long queues. The Trade Union Congress, TUC, has appealed to the striking university lecturers to shift ground in their demands by making some concessions so that students can return to school. Mr. Monday Ogbodum, Cross River Chapter Chairman of the TUC, made the appeal in an interview with reporters in Calabar today. He said ASU had made their point known to the world with a prolonged strike and advised the government not to always allow issues to degenerate to strike before taking appropriate actions. ASU, the Joint Action Committee of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Allied Institutions have said they have yet to receive any message after discussing the 2009 agreements with the Federal Government Renegotiation Committee. The Federal Government Renegotiation Committee, chaired by Pro-Chancellor of Alex Ekwueme Federal University, Ndufo Aleke, Professor Neme Briggs, is expected to review the draft proposed 2009 Federal Government of Nigeria and ASU agreement and renegotiate with all the striking university unions. Since April 2022, the Briggs Renegotiation Committee had been meeting with the unions in the universities who are all currently on strike due to unmet demands of the 2009 agreements signed by the federal government. The Association of Resident Doctors at Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital, Ile-Ife, today embarked on a two-day warning strike over an alleged assault on one of them by a nurse. The resident doctors said the warning strike would commence from today to 7:59 a.m. on Thursday, June 23. According to them, a female doctor identified as Dr. Oluwatosin Bello was forcefully held hostage, confined, and verbally assaulted while discharging her duty by a senior nurse in the female adult orthopedic ward of the hospital on June 16. Mr. Jacob Pele, the national president of the Albinism Association of Nigeria, today appealed to the federal and state governments for skin cancer intervention program for persons with albinism. He made the appeal in an interview with reporters in Calabar. He also called on well-meaning Nigerians and corporate organizations to assist the union. The president said that the ravaging effect of skin cancer was killing that association and something had to be done to contain it. In the meantime, the Lagos State government has warned against indiscriminate evacuation of Magodo wetlands, saying it portends serious danger to lives and property. This was contained in a statement today by Mr. Mukaila Sanusi. He is a spokesman of the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development. Sanusi said the commissioner in the ministry, Dr. Idris Salako, gave the warning when he visited the area yesterday. Salako said the action was unwarranted, provocative, and contrary to the civic gesture of the state government, which had displayed trust in the rule of law in the Magodo land saga. From Lagos, we move quickly to Ondo State, where the police command has warned members of the public against raising false alarm about crimes that did not happen. The police, in a statement issued by its PPRO, Mrs. Fomilayo Odolami, said the command would not hesitate to deal decisively with anyone caught in such an act. The issue of raising false alarms in the state calls for caution, as the command will not allow any alarmist put unnecessary fear in the hearts of the people of the state. There are indications that Benue State may be faced with a high level of food insecurity, and that's due to a combined long-armed conflict and violence by herdsmen, as well as bandits' attacks, which have disrupted farmers' production inputs, reduced market access, and localized food production. Some of the young farmers, in an interview with Plus TV correspondent Francis Tur, decried the series of herdsmen attacks in the state, which have resulted in shortage of food production, particularly this season. One Innocent Odrem, who said he had reduced the level of his cultivation following series of attacks on their communities, however, now disclosed that with the presence of security operatives, many have gone back to their farms but could not farm in large scale anymore.
Unlike me, I am a farmer. Before, I used to farm almost 10 hectares, 8 hectares of maize, almost 10 hectares of beans, 2 hectares of rice. But now, I can't be able to do that because of the issue of insecurity. So, since Fulani herdsmen has come, we are always scared because sometimes they might even attack us. They can graze our crops. They have weapons which we are always scared. If I'm even doing for our family, we farm with fear that they may attack us.
Yes, our farming, our community is very in large quantity. Before we used to farm like 7 or 8 hectares of rice or cassava or maize, but now as things are occurring, we are not being able to make some of our farms. Some of them are very difficult for us now to do because of the insecurity of this environment. We used to farm plenty like maize, cassava, but now this Fulani attack, we are not being able to do it again because sometimes if we farm cassava like this, they will come and they will graze everything that we have farmed there.
I normally used to farm at the riverbank side there, where the land is very fertile. Even without the application of fertilizer, yes, your crops will grow very well and then it will be greenish. But now, because of the herdsmen attack everywhere, and even there at the riverbank side, I'm now afraid of going there to farm again.
We go to other parts of Africa now. The coalition of Kenyan presidential candidate Raila Odinga will prioritize the fight against corruption if it wins in August to fund its social interventions program and development. His running mate Martha Kara has made clear. Kara was picked as running mate by Odinga last month, completing the ticket of the Azimio coalition that's facing off with Deputy President William Ruto in the poll scheduled for August 9. If elected, Kara will become the first ever deputy president in the East African nation, joining an elite league of women leaders on the 54-nation continent, which has so far seen just 9 substantial or acting female presidents. She was, however, focused on the top issues in the campaign.
Debt is not bad per se if it's used for the purpose, but in a country with deep-seated problems of corruption, it ends up that quite a portion of the debt will not be applied for the intended purposes, and therefore repayment becomes a burden and becomes too onerous for us. I think my principal has already explained it, and our manifesto says it, that our intention is to structure, to renegotiate the debts and make them long-term so that we are able to meet our debt obligations as well as meet the needs of the people, including development. That's just a demonstration that leadership and strong leadership in women is seen as the exception, not the norm. Because I haven't heard of iron men. You see, a strong man is seen as the norm. But if a woman comes in strongly, she has to have names. And if you're not being called iron, you'll be called abrasive. A man will be called strong. You'll be called vocal. A man will be called vocal, you'll be called loud. So those are some of the things. It just shows that we are yet to normalize leadership in women and strength in women. She stood her ground when called upon. She occupied her space. And the stories she told me and the things I saw her do, I think those are some of the things I've grown up with, that you must really always occupy your space.
Before we go, we have some sports news for you. Ryan Giggs confirmed yesterday that he had resigned as coach of Wales national team. The former Manchester United winger is awaiting trial after being charged with controlling and coercive behavior and assault against his ex-girlfriend and her sister. Giggs has pleaded not guilty to all charges and remains on bail. Germany defender Antonio Rudiger said yesterday he was rooting for Real Madrid to beat Liverpool in the Champions League final last month. That's because he was still hurting after losing the FA Cup and League Cup finals with Chelsea against the Merseyside club. Real ground out 3 come-from-behind wins against Paris Saint-Germain, Chelsea and Manchester City in the knockout stage to reach the final. And that was where they beat Liverpool 1-0 in Paris. Rudiger has played 50 times for Germany since his debut in 2014.
The final, I knew that I was going to be a Real Madrid player. So I was rooting for them. I was very happy that they won. Because I lost with my former team 2 finals against Liverpool. So I was very, very happy that Real Madrid beat them. And that we can compete next year for another 2 beautiful trophies. I think it is very important to know about Real Madrid is that it's about winning, and this is what they demonstrate over the past years very often, especially we all dream about winning a Champions League, and yes, with a lot of doubts, doubts from outside coming into. But still, they did the job last year, and it's impressive.
That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Ojami. Thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Nelly Uzonna Edith Uchendu was born in 1950 in Imuchu, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. She was a Nigerian singer, composer, and actress. Nelly started singing at an early age. She later joined Professor Sunny Oti's music group, under where her talent flourished. Her music career shot to limelight in 1976 when Homzy Sound released her debut LP composition, Love Wantinti. Thereafter, hits like Waka, Akabueze, and Mama Hauser further established her place in the Nigerian music industry. She traversed genres, including Igbo highlife, pop, and gospel music. She died on 12th of April 2005 in a hospital in Enugu State, Nigeria, after a reported cancer-related illness. She was aged 55. Salawa Abeni was born on May 5, 1961. She hails from Ekpe, division of Lagos State, southwest Nigeria. At the young age of 8, Salawa found her niche in Waka music. Waka music is an Islamic-oriented Yoruba musical genre. It was popularized by Alaja Batile Alake, in whose worthy steps Salawa Abeni dutifully followed. She was crowned Queen of Waka music by the Alafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, in 1992. Her debut album, titled Late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, in 1976, was released on the Leader Records label. It became the first recording by a female Yoruba artist to sell over 1 million albums in Nigeria. Her music is a combination of talking drums, conga, saxophone, and keyboards, amongst other instruments. She has performed in and outside the country and has released up to 12 albums during her music career. Christy Uduak Essien Igbokwe was born on 11th of November 1960 in Okat-Ona, Akwa Ibom State. She was a celebrated Nigerian musician and actress. Christy was 12 years old when her mother died. Her mother's friend in Aba, Abia State took her in. She encouraged Christy to develop her singing. She even bought her a second-hand cassette recorder to tape her songs. With time, Christy became known as Nigeria's Lady of Songs. Her greatest hits include Sheon Rere, Tete Nla, Ife, Hear the Call, and Give Me a Chance. She was the first female president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, and the chairwoman and managing director of Soul Train Entertainment. She was fluent in many Nigerian languages, including Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Hausa, Yoruba, and English. This made it easy for her to cross tribal limitations by singing in any language she desired. Her epic Shorere broke all language barriers. Whilst Akwa Ibom's Min is regarded as the unofficial anthem of Akwa Ibom State, such was her impact across the country that whatever language she used, her message evoked emotion and reflection. Onyeka Onwenu was born on the 31st of January 1952 in a small town in Imo State, but she grew up in Port Harcourt. She's a singer, a songwriter, actress, activist, journalist, and politician. The Nigerian press nicknamed her the Elegant Stallion. She released her debut album, From the Love of You, in 1981 while working with the Nigerian Television Authority. The album featured an orchestral cover of Johnny's Nash Hold Me Tight. Her second album, Endless Life, was produced by Sonny Okosun. Both were released on the EMI Records.
One love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love.
Originally a secular artist, Onwenu made the transition to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs are self-penned. She describes her music as African pop. This consists of high life, Afrobeat, blues, jazz, Igbo spiritual, and even juju, a typical Yoruba beat. She continues to write and sing about issues like health, HIV, peace, mutual coexistence, respect for human rights, the plight of children, as well as pride in oneself.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Forcemen named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadgets markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Since assumption of office in May 2019, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has maintained his commitment to ensuring safe mobility of residents and ease of doing business in the state. This was demonstrated through the official launch of a security-fitted apparatus, safe, comfortable, and modernized taxi scheme, codenamed LagRide, with a rollout of the first batch of 1,000 brand new GSC automobiles at the State House in Alausa, Ikeja. The ride-hailing taxi initiative, which has been operated on a lease-to-own basis, is a component of the state government's multimodal transportation blueprint being executed under the traffic management and transportation pillar of the themes agenda of the Sanwo-Olu administration. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. This episode features infrastructure, Sanwo-Olu State's commitment to ensuring seamless mobility to deploy technology for enhanced movements. Transportation, Lagos State set to host Maiden National Transport Technology Conference. Lagos Blue Line Rail, Sanwo-Olu says project will be electrified once vendors to stay away. Any city without a fully functional infrastructural system will suffer a setback. As such, engineers must be well trained in order to bring to bear their professional attributes to the growth of the nation. From an infrastructural perspective, the Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Transport Authority, LAMATA, Engineer Abimbola Akinaju, stated this during her presentation at the 2022 Alumni Luncheon of the University of Lagos Faculty of Engineering Alumni Association in Lagos. It was a reunion, a veritable networking opportunity for the alumni of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Lagos. It was also an avenue to give back to their alma mater through the launching of a 500 million naira fundraising project for the faculty. Away from that, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team cashed in on the opportunity provided by the reunion to tell the impact of the alumni on the state's infrastructural development in less than 3 years.
And so the blue line you can see is a massive feat of engineering, and I'm sure all of you need to be proud of it. From 4 lanes, we changed the design to 10 lanes. So we took a massive right of way to do 10 lanes, and we were very smart to keep a rail corridor in the middle of it. So the alignment actually is about 16 lanes, because when you've done 10 lanes and you still have enough alignment to keep a rail, corridor, was a main feat. And that's why we're able to, preserve, and which was the most difficult option to take. But because we were committed at that time to say, you know what, let's have the audacity to want to do it, and that's why, we started it.
The 4 stations, Mile 2, Alaba, Igomu, and National Theatre, they're completed. You will notice that Mile 2 and Alaba, they have 2 concourses. Obviously, that's based on studies that had been done to determine sort of ridership that we would get, and we realized that, it's obvious. Mile 2 is a market area, so there's a lot of people there. So that's why we have 2 concourses that allows us to take on more passengers. It's the same thing in Igomu. Same thing in Alaba. Igomu and National Theatre are also completed. We have pedestrian bridges at each of those stations that allows us to bring passengers from one side of the expressway to
the Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, spoke with journalists on the sideline of the event.
Infrastructure is owned by all. So it means that as an individual, you have a responsibility. Something has been built, not to destroy it, not to vandalize it. And so therefore, people also need to be aware and also take ownership. And that's what I always say. If something belongs to you, you are not likely to go and destroy it.
She also told the forum that over 5,000 people affected by the construction of the rail have been compensated by the Lagos State government. The Lagos Blue Line Rail on completion will be running on electric tracks with electric motor vehicle EMV, and as such, citizens have been warned to keep off the train lines. Handing down this warning shortly after inspecting the Blue Line Rail, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, assured Lagosians that the completion date of the two rail projects remains. The train took off from the National Theatre Igomu to Orile, through Alaba, Mile 2, and back to the Marina axis of the state, having Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, some members of his cabinet, officials of the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, and contractors handling the project on board. The governor inspected the ongoing works on the Blue Line Rail project and stations and a new 4-coach train, which according to him is a typical train that will be used on the Blue Line. He expressed satisfaction at the pace of work, maintaining that the project will be delivered on schedule. Sanwo-Olu was unhappy at the level of vandalism along the rail corridors and warned perpetrators to desist from such acts.
There are electric trucks. They are going to be running on electricity, and you will know that citizens or passengers or anybody whatsoever cannot walk on those things. Right? So, gentlemen of the press, you have that responsibility. From now, we'll begin to mention that. For the next 6 months, 8 months, we begin to mention that this track is not like the red line. The red line is DMU, but the blue line is EMU. So these are some of the communications that we need to begin to pass out, and they are electric train lines.
The governor also assured that adequate security would be put in place at every station and platform with the use of CCTV. He disclosed that the state was set to bring in from China additional 2 sets of 4 train coaches by September and October.
The additional trains that were procured for the Blue Line, we're going to be going to China when they open up, maybe in May or June, when it's completely completed, just to have a look and send it on shipment to probably get to the country before September, October. So based on the promises we gave you at the beginning of the year, we are still on track at both the red line and the blue line.
Recently, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu unveiled the first batch of 1,000 brand new GSE branded vehicles, otherwise known as Lag Ride. This for sure is another step forward in the state government's drive to develop an efficient transportation model in tune with modernity and comfort. According to Sanwo-Olu, there's no plan to run existing hailing ride operators out of business, but to offer safer alternatives and clear the roads of rickety cars used for taxi business. Joining me in this episode is the National President, E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for more insight into the scheme. Thank you so much, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for joining us today on the Greater Lagos Vision.
Thank you.
Right, you are the president of the National President, Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria. Tell us, in Lagos State, the Lagos State government just introduced recently the Lagos Ride. Tell us exactly, how has it been? How have your members been faring since the introduction?
Thank you. Our members are very happy. They are very happy in the sense that the business of a Lagos Ride is going to add value to their collective existence, in the sense that they're going to be using the brand new vehicles to run their transport service on that Lagos Ride. unlike before, that they use old vehicles, popularly known tokumbo, even Nigerian old used car, to run taxi business, which in different cases develop faults at the middle of roads. It's almost impossible to maintain those vehicles, you know. But the added advantage with Lagos Ride introduction is maintaining of those vehicles for the drivers who are beneficiaries. You see, running a transport business has been very difficult in terms of maintenance of the vehicles because you are always on the road on a daily basis. And we don't have a good mechanic system in Nigeria. So majority of drivers patronized the road mechanics, dealing with all manners of spare part dealers, getting wrong spare parts to fix their car. At times, they spend double amount to repair the cars, and it's eating hard on them. But with the introduction of Lagos Ride, that comes with mechanical insurance, where the vehicle will be maintained for them for the period of 4 years, where the contract is between them and the Ibile Holdings, who is going to manage the operation of that business. It's a welcome development. So when we heard about this scheme that is being launched, and it concerns our industry, because the vehicle will be operated with algorithm, is online approach, unlike conventional way of transportation before, where you have to flag down. This is online, and we are e-hailers. So we approach the Ministry of Transportation that the Lagos State government cannot launch such a laudable scheme without giving the practitioner the sense of belonging, because we are e-hailers. We have thousands of trip history on Uber and Bolt, and we are professionals, so we need to get involved. So we apply, and the ministry directs us to the appropriate body that is going to pilot the Lagos Ride, which is Ibile Holdings. So we met the MD, and we had to ask to write a proposal. We did not lobby. First of all, as a body, they deal with body, they deal with individuals. From the conversation, we approach them as a body. Then I think when I met the MD of Ibile Holdings, he made us to understand that the associations, the individuals, Lagosians who are interested in the scheme can apply. We apply as an association, you understand? Then the procedure is like every other person. The requirement to be a beneficiary of Lag Ride is uniform. 20% equity contribution of the asset of 7.5 million. The interest of 10% for the period of 4 years. You have the equity, you have the down payment of 1.8 million, which we see it will be very impossible for our member, ordinary e-hailing drivers, to benefit from this scheme with such amount, because it's so huge for e-hailing drivers to sum up 1.8 million as a deposit. It means the ordinary person cannot be partaker of this scheme. So we appeal that is there any other way, and they gave us two banks, FCMB and Polaris Bank, precisely to give us loan, and they came up with corporate guarantee on behalf of the association for our member to be a beneficiary. The Polaris Bank will borrow our members. They said 1.8 million. You understand? Why are we standing for them? You understand? So, and our member has been applying. But besides, we, the individual members, also need to have some starting contribution from that 1.8 million, 20% equity contribution of 1.8 million, which is around 300,000. And we have employed our drivers, advised them to key into this because it's going to make life better for them. Then the most interesting part of it that make us to subscribe to Lagos Ride is that what the union stand for is workers' right, the workers' welfare. Because we notice that the government has been less concerned on the informal sector because our interest is in the informal sector. The e-hailing drivers fall in informal sectors, and informal sector has been neglected for a long time. Some certain benefit workers' right has been denied, such as HMO, pension scheme plan, opportunity to have cooperatives, then perhaps mortgage plan. These are set of workers that solve problem of transportation in the state, moving passenger from one point to another point with expected professional service. They need to be taken care of. But to my dismay, all these things has been embedded in Lagos Ride business scheme, because our own concerns is that what are the provisions for the drivers that are going to drive this business? And we're made to understand that 1.5% commission has been set aside for the driver and their family of 4, which is what we HMO, Health Management Scheme, under the plan. You see, when they charge 25% commission of each transaction consummated under the platform, 4% out of it goes into comprehensive insurance and mechanic insurance to maintain that vehicles, which I see as a welcome development. It wasn't anywhere included in their current module of operandi with other hub companies. And if Lagos State government put this in their business plan, I think, they are coupling international standard practice, which is why we are very happy with Lagos State government, particularly Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for making sure that all these things are embedded in Lagos Ride. With the notion of Lagos Ride, when we had meeting with them, if they follow all the process to the letter, I think it will reduce traffic congestion in Lagos State, because they are the first app companies that will introduce what we call carpooling. Carpooling means classification of rider, where 2, 3, 4 different customers can join one vehicle going towards the same destination. And with the introduction of brand new comfortable vehicles, I think a lot of Lagosians will keep their vehicle at home. What prompted a lot of Lagosians to make use of their vehicle are because we don't have a good, safe transport system. That is why everybody wants to have their vehicle on the road. And judging from the fact that we have less road and we have many people in the city, we are moving at the same time. But if we have a safe system, safe transport system, comfortable, safe transport system, a lot of people will keep their vehicle at home and make use of Lagos Ride. What am I saying? With the introduction of this classification of rider, they will even pay less. They will pay less than the conventional taxi, where you used to pay 2,000 naira, you can pay less than 1,500, even 1,000, because you are sharing your ride with other customers, other users, meaning that the driver will end up earning more. In the sense that the driver is supposed to have earned 2,005, when he collects 1,300 or 1,200 into 4 places, is getting 5,000 instead of 2,500. and the same distance cover when you pick only one person. You know, that will reduce a lot of traffic congestion if we can actually accept this concept introduced by Lagos Ride. You know, the traffic will be entirely reduced. But if Lagos Ride deploy enough vehicle, the 1,000 vehicle is not enough. I must be sincere with you. If we have more than this vehicle, handing over to those who needed job opportunity to pilot it, a lot of Lagosians will keep their vehicle at home and will make use of Lagos Ride. Lagos Ride can enter anywhere in the street of Lagos State because the majority of this vehicle are SUV. They can enter some bad area, and we have sampled it. You understand? It's not low vehicle, it's high on the ground. It can maneuver some bad spot. I see it as a solution if it's being piloted appropriately. Online transport system is already a smart system way of transportation, coupled with a lot of mechanism being embedded in it to make transportation easy, using a stone to kill 2 to 3 birds. Number one, the lag ride is not going to be conventional taxi. You take request, the driver take request randomly, you know, and it solved the problem of moving within the city. 2-3 people can enjoy a ride. And this ride we are talking about is a global standard. Even a lot of people since the launch of this vehicle have been getting a lot of reports from our members that they are asking them, is it real? You know, because this is the first time we are seeing that government make promise and they are fulfilling it. I thought when me saw it, I thought I'm dreaming, but today is reality. You see, if it's being piloted properly, it will fit in what we call Smart City Lagos, because that is no different from what is being practiced in Dubai and what is being practiced in Lagos. The e-lane service in Lagos State is already a smart way of transportation. Unlike those who promise us smart transport system and we are still seeing car of 15, 17, 18 years, 20 years running a taxi. But we are talking about a recent car, 2 years old car, to run a taxi business with a fast-shifted system and with a lot of security gadgets, you know, to contain any security threat, and making the movement in the city of Lagos very easy with the introduction of several mechanisms that will make life easy for Lagosians, for them to imbibe with this scheme. I think, I don't know how they came about this, but I expect more of these things to come in later future. I want to really appreciate the office of Governor Sanwo-Olu for this laudable project. Is indeed a welcome development. And we, at Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association, are solidly behind him. We trust him again, and he's a man of his words. I was with him in 2020 when he said he's going to introduce a safe transport system. I didn't believe it will come to reality, but I'm seeing it in reality. May God bless him. Second time we are with you fully, in spirit, in physical.
That's all we have in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Bye for now.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Event is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers. You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
NNPP Labour Party plan a merger for Peter Obi and Kwankwaso presidential ticket. And we take a closer look at Kingsley Moghalu's political future ahead of 2023's elections. Well, this is Plus Politics. I'm Mary Aniko. We begin tonight with the Ekiti state elections, which took place during the weekend, with the All Progressive Congress APC candidate Biodun Oyebanji emerging the winner. Now, the APC scored about 187,057 votes to defeat its closest rival, the SDP, which garnered 82,211 votes. The PDP, which got 67,457 votes, and 13 other parties also participated in that election. Now, the SDP gubernatorial candidate, former Governor Segun Oni, has rejected the outcome of the election and has asked political parties who contested to join hands with him to develop the state. Well, let's head to our first conversation for tonight. Now, the NNPP has disclosed that there is an ongoing discussion with the Labour Party on a merger in 2023 for the elections. While Peter Obi of the Labour Party is yet to publicly speak on that merger, Kwankwaso said the Labour Party and the New Nigeria's People's Party will have an advantage in the next election if an agreement can be reached. Already, the NNPP has a growing membership base in the north. Prominent members of the movement who have registered with the NNPP include a former Minister of Youth and Sports, Solomon Dalong, the President, and President Buhari's estranged right-hand man, Buba Galadima. Now, former Governor Obi, who recently defected from the PDP and joined the Labour Party, has appealed to a large youth following in the southern part of Nigeria. Joining us to break this down and, of course, discuss this is engineer Musa Idris. He's a political affairs analyst, and also joining us later on in the conversation is Dikbo Olayoku. He is a journalist. Thank you so much, Mr. Idris, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Let's start by looking at, some of the conversation around this merger. Some people have said that this merger is some sort of mirage. It might not necessarily be reached. And others seem to be tight-lipped as if they know something that we do not know. But share your thoughts with us as to what you think of it.
Yeah, quite interesting. I probably would have said that it's a mirage, really. You see, I have thought that the caliber of Kwankwaso and Peter Obi, in their own rights, they are very good politicians. They are well known within their various domain. And unfortunately for them, they are coming at the wrong time. Peter Obi knows that from day one, he may probably not pair up with Atiku Abubakar, who just picked the ticket of a PDP. And Kwankwaso himself, like we all know, we know when he pulled out of the arrangement with PDP and then APC, and now he's in NNPP. I am not saying that merger is not possible, but as it is now, I want to use a word that's already been going on within the media domain. They are a spoiler. They are probably not going to, take a straight ticket and then maybe win the kind of election that's been practiced in Nigeria. I don't see Peter Obi getting all the Igbo votes that if it were, and then eventually he takes the ticket with merger with Kwankwaso. Likewise, Kwankwaso, he can probably not take all the votes within the north and then begin to win. So these votes are probably going to be split among all the various contenders as it is now. So it simply means that they may not get a sole win to begin to say, yes, their merger, the fusion can actually give them the victory. This cannot happen. What it will probably look like at the end of the day, they will share the vital northern votes and probably some splitter of Igbo votes. Some papers are even circulating that the Igbos has over 9 million within the Northwest. We disputed some of these figures. If that is what they are saying, that all the Igbos are probably going to give Peter Obi their votes, that may not give him this election. So this is what we're looking at. So if for instance, before this primary stuff came up, they had decided to come together and they believe their ideologies are the same. As it is now, we don't even know whether they can flock together. Do they really have the same ideology? Why do they want the merger? What are they trying to achieve? What are the political values at various levels? What do they, all of this, what are they trying to tell Nigerians they are coming together? You see, these are some of the issues that need to be playing out in the political domain before you begin to either begin to give them an edge in the kind of policy that we have in Nigeria today. So I don't see this measure coming up. Even when this measure do come up, I don't see them picking the victory. Rather, I see them as people are trying to spoil the shows for other bigger part that probably will have won the election straight up.
Great. We're being joined by Dikbo Olayoku, who is of the NNPP, by the way. I think he's the National Secretary for the NNPP. Mr. Olayoku, as opposed to what Mr. Idris is saying, we have heard the BBC Hausa did carry the story that former Governor Kwankwaso was in talks with the Labour Party under Peter Obi. And many are wondering how this merger would work, knowing that several people have, said that it might be legally impossible to have that merger, or even if it were to be a merger that would form a political party, it's too late in the day. But you are with the NNPP. What exactly, or where exactly is Mr. Kwankwaso going with this idea?
Thank you very much, Plus TV. Nigerians, good evening. I don't think His Excellency, Senator Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, ever mentioned the word merger, because from the look of things as we have it today, I think we are past the level of merger, because the individual political parties have submitted the names of their presidential candidates to INEC. That one was done between June 10th and June 17th, which was last week Friday. And then because merger will mean that either one or both political parties will lose their identity for a new individual that will come up as it were, this one political party. But I think the issue of talks involving political parties is not only restricted to NNPP and Labour Party. Politicians across party lines are talking. And I think it cut across the political divides. And I think the essence now is that Nigeria needs to be rescued. We cannot continue the way we are today. And that is why if some people feel there is the need for them to talk and see how they can form an alliance, because like I said, the issue of merger is not there again. It's not there anymore, rather. I think that's exactly what the political parties are doing now. And it might interest to know that it's not only the parties in opposition that are talking, even parties in government, they are also talking. Because you see, we used to observe that when you have an election ahead of you, it's like a battle, so to speak, not where you exchange fire, as they always say, but it's like a war. It requires some strategy. And that's why even let us look at the issue of war. Take America as an example. When America wanted to go into the Gulf War, it tried to build some alliances. So I think that is exactly what is happening now. The parties are not talking about merger because we are past the level of merger. The parties have submitted the names of their candidates, presidential and running mate, to the INEC. And then if you look at what happened in 1998-99, when AD and APP wanted to form something like a merger, INEC told them that it's not possible. One of you has to drop his identity, and that's exactly what happened. They both came under AD then.
So could this be what the NNPP is considering, Mr. Could this be what the Labour Party and the NNPP and all the other people you say are in talks? Could this be what they're maybe angling for? And to what end? Because it's one thing to be in talks, it's another for the talks to yield something. So to what end are these talks being had?
Yes, at this level, the talk will be in form of alliance, because don't forget that when you're talking about alliance, you're talking about your areas of strength and then your areas of weakness. And that's exactly what the parties are looking at. And you never can tell, I was able to listen to the concluding part of my brother there, that perhaps some parties are already looking ahead of the 2023 election, that we might not get a winner at the first ballot. When you're going to a situation like this, you consider a lot of options. Just like when you're going into war, you look at options A, you look at options B. So I think parties are looking at what happens before 2023 election, what happened during, and then you never can tell what will happen after 2023 election. But in everywhere where politics is being practiced, you are building new alliances, you are re-engineering, you are realigning, and that is what they call politics. That is why your best enemy today might become your best friend tomorrow, and that is what you call about politics. What matters most is the interest that you are going to protect. So I think that's exactly what people are talking about. We might not be looking at merger per se, because merger is something that is behind us. We are looking at building alliances that will further the cause of democracy in Nigeria. My dear, nobody can claim to be happy with what's happening in Nigeria today. And if you are looking at some people, I say, okay, let us come together to be able to upstage the hegemony of that seem to have get themselves entrenched. I don't think that is too much in politics, because that is what politics is all about. You are the line, you the engineer. The purpose is how do you get to your destination? I think that is exactly what is happening now. Like I said, it's not only restricted to NNPP and Labour. Other parties are also talking. You know, I can tell they can build an alliance before 2023 election that will make for a more united force to be able to prosecute 2023 election effectively in the interest of Nigeria and the interest of Nigerians.
It makes me question, back to you, Mr. Idris, it makes me question, you talked about the fact that some of these people are, in your words, spoilers for the elections, and they might cause a lot of split votes, talking especially about Kwankwaso and Peter Obi. So, do you... I mean, a lot of pundits have also, out of curiosity, and started strategizing and, preempting what the elections would look like. Some have even said that there might be a runoff elections because of some of these split votes in different regions in the country. Normally, one would eye the big states for the numbers to at least hit that 25% mark. But with this, what do you see happening in 2023? And like Mr. Olayoku has said, this might just be something that would upstage the two major political parties come 2023. But what's your postulation?
Yeah, a lot to be discussed here, really. I like the fact that my uncle here said it succinctly when he didn't see possibility for any merger now. It's rather late in the day. I had said it earlier that what we were doing, if they had wanted to fuse together, when they allowed the primaries to take place, and then they never thought of merger and all of that. They are all big weights as it is today. They have their various, political caliber that they can deploy at various levels. But you see, I use the word spoiler because, like you rightly said, there could be some runoff. That is, if they go ahead to contest as they are doing currently, these votes are going to be split. I can tell you that we may have Igbo split in Kano. Igbo will want to vote for for Obi, which is, of course, the Labour Party now. While Kwankwaso, like we know, he had this cult-like followers in Kano. There is what they call Goma, is our local palace. Kwankwaso has a way he runs his political activities. If there are about all the wards, all the polling units in Kano, Kwankwaso has at least 10 persons that he maintains within that domain, which simply means that he can easily deploy several thousands of his people within that locality of Kano. That simply means that the APC votes, the PDP votes, the Labour Party votes, and his own vote, NNP vote, these votes are going to be split in Kano. That simply means that all these various presidential candidates are going to split votes among themselves. This may likely happen in the Igbo areas where, that's the southeast specifically, where Peter Obi is going to hold forth. And then we're also going to have in the Yoruba area as well, of course, APC is going to hold sway. And then these votes are going to, in that manner, be shared among these, at least as it is now, those four political parties, which are the current weights. But if you look at it politically, the way some of us look at it, I do not see them at the end of the day delivering those key votes that are going to have, because people are, especially our people in the north, they will be looking at those tickets. They will actually deliver what they are looking for. That is the winning votes. I think APC and the PDP are those parties that are probably going to have a chunk of the votes, and then that is where the winner is going to come from. Then you now begin to look at the variables. What are those factors that will give them those key votes that will decide the winning ticket? Religion is going to play its role here, and we're going to have ethnicity also play its role here. So these are things that are going to come to play. And I must tell you that if you are saying religion is going to play its role, people will not take Peter Obi into reckoning in the north because of his past utterances and all of that. And then, of course, you know what is happening currently in Igbo land with our people in the southeast. And of course, the way their people have been living peacefully in the north. So which simply means that there is no northerner that's going to consider it will be for one vote. So Dito.
So you're telling me that we're going to have, sorry, I'm so sorry to talk over you, Mr. Idris. So you're telling me that we're going to see a lot of people voting across ethnic lines as opposed to looking for a politician that would necessarily bring the kind of change that we're looking for. Instead, we're just going to vote for whoever looks like us or sounds like us and is most acceptable to us. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see, because our people have a voting pattern. You see, most of the bulk of the votes is certainly going to come from the Northwest, where most of the votes are going to come from. And then Konkoso is a contender, a very strong contender. Kano State has for local governments. So a lot of votes coming out from that place. And Konkosia, you can see them, the red cap. They don the red cap, and they move like cut-like, going straight for whoever Konkoso done their tickets. So as it is now, it's going to be Konkoso all the way in Kano, and some splinter votes that are going to come from ANPP, and then and of course PDP. So it's going to go that way. But most of the block votes that are going to come to other parties are going to come from the southwest, which of course Tinubu is very strong there, and then you are going to have the northeast, which of course Atiku is going to hold sway there. So the northwest vote, which of course is going to be the deciding votes, is going to split among those three political parties. The incumbency factor, the Buhari factor in the northwest is going to play out, and of course Atiku, like we all know, is the most outstanding political figure in Nigeria today. Which of course how he built his bridges. You see how he emerged in the Joe Conclave primaries, where he knocked down a wiki, and then of course where he will traverse the entire breadth of this country, and then he pulled out that ticket. So all this is my worry. That is why I say that the Konkoso and Peter Obi, they are spoilers. I think they would rather just stay out of this election and allow this country be, because this vote is not going to count as to begin to give them the necessary relevance that they are talking of. But if you have done this, like I said earlier, of course, I just told you that my uncle here, I said it so simply, where he was talking of this did not even materializing.
Okay.
What we are probably going to have now is some kind of alliances. If my uncle is talking of alliances, what does it mean? Does it mean that Peter Obi is going to say on the voting day, oh, go and vote for NNPP? Or is the Konkoso going to say on the voting, oh, go and vote for a Labour Party? Is that the kind of alliance they are talking? So I don't understand all of this. So these two caliber of political weight that we are talking of, the Labour Party and then the Konkoso led by the NNPP, I don't see them as bringing a deciding vote here.
Okay.
The deciding vote is going to come from PDP and then and APC. But at the end of the day, they are going to be the deciding winning vote. But as they come by, we will be able to analyze properly and begin to mention where the victory is going to come from in the days to come.
All right. Mr. Layeko, I'm sure that you have loads to respond to this, because I also have questions. I have loads of questions. Because the moment you talked about talks and alliances, I'm wondering who's going to collapse whose structure into whose, because that's the other thing. Is the Labour Party going to say, okay, well, we're opening our doors, let's collapse the NNPP into the Labour Party, or what's going to happen? And those are the questions that he's posing. He's also made it clear from his position that Nigerians will only be voting in 2023 along ethnic lines. And for all of the voter education and the conversations that people have been having, and go get your voter's card, does it mean that Nigerians are not necessarily listening, or is it that maybe we prefer to continue the way we are as opposed to getting the kinds of results that we want to get? Because I'm wondering, why should we be voting along ethnic and religious lines?
Yes, thank you. It's like, let me use the word, the talk about talks seems to be dominating the political discourse. But as a political party, that one is not on the front burner for us as we go along, because our major focus now is how do we meet up with the INEC deadline as regarding the submission of the data of our candidates. Like I said earlier, we have been able to scale the hurdle of that's the first hurdle, which is the president and his running mate, as well as members of the National Assembly. I think our major focus now is how do we scale the hurdle of submitting the list of our candidates for the governorship, their deputies, and then the houses of assembly. I think that is the major focus as we have today. By July 15, we're able to put that behind us, then we'll be looking at the window for substitution and stuff like that. So to us, the issue of talks is not actually our main focus now. But let me tell you one thing, the 2023 elections might be different slightly a bit from the election we have been witnessing in the past. I quite agree with my brother there that some sentiments we see play out, like religious sentiment, the ethnic sentiment, and some other sentiments remote to assessment. But at the same time, Nigerians will now be asking themselves, how was my life, my living standard, in 2015 when PPC took over, in 1999 when PDP took over? To some extent, these issues are going to play a prominent role. Yes, we might have some little religious sentiment, ethnic sentiment, but Nigerians are going to ask themselves, and that is where the 2023 election might be slightly different. And that is where I think I differ from my brother who believes that the NNPP and Labour Party under Peter Obi are actually going to act the spoiler. No, rather, the problem is the issue of 2023 is between Nigerians and the so-called big parties. It is not between the so-called spoilers, as my brother would say. It is between Nigerians and them. We have had experience, political experience. This dispensation has given us 24 years of experience, 16 under PDP, 8 under APC. Nigerians are going to interrogate this aspect. My life, has it improved? Is it not a case of going from fire to fry pan? And that is what is going to be the major determinant as we go into the election. It is not about APC, PPC, it's not about PDP. It's about what they have been able to rock, the havoc they have been able to wreak at Nigerians in the past 24 years. I think that one is going to play a very prominent role. It might not be that pronounced until maybe by the time we get to 2027. But the most important aspect of the campaign, because campaigns have not started. You don't know what everybody has in his cupboard that will be the campaign tools. But by the time the campaign starts, then we'll begin to ask Nigerians, what do they expect as from 2023? Do they want to continue in this era where diesel now costs about 800 naira per liter? Would Nigerians want to continue like that, where the dollar exchange for close to 600 naira per dollar? So those are the issues. It's not a matter of a party playing the spoiler, a party getting the determining the victory vote. It is an aspect of Nigerians asking themselves some questions as we go into 2023. Because Nigerians themselves, they are no fools. And Nigerians will begin to ask the political leaders when they even come out to campaign. We have been seeing instances of what is happening. We are even some members of House of Assembly, members of Senate, cannot even go to their villages. People are turning them back. I think we shouldn't get to a situation where we provoke Nigerians to go ahead of this. So I think it's better we just allow the thing to come seamlessly without any violence, so that Nigerians will not be asking. When you have a member of House of Representatives that has been representing his constituency for years and wanting to go home, but people say you are not going to enter this place, go back, and you think Nigerian 2023 election will be like 2019 or 2015, I think the 2023 election is going to be like a shocker to a lot of people. And for the NNPP, like I said, our major focus now is not about the talks. The talk is just about our ongoing thing. But our major focus is how do we make sure we scale the hurdle of INEC? Because don't forget that if you don't upload the detail of your candidates to INEC portal, then you don't have anything to campaign for. So that is why the most important thing for a political party now is how do we make sure that we even get a candidate recognized by INEC in the first instance, because it's only the candidate that you are able to upload their data into INEC portal that can become the real candidate in the election. So I think that is the most important thing. But by the time the campaign starts, by the time Nigerians are beginning to being asked the question, do you want to go ahead with this thing, or do you want to make a detour? So I think, like my brother said, by the time we get to the bridge, we're going to cross it. But 2023 election might be different from what we have been expecting in 2019. Some things.
I'm curious. I just want to ask a quick question because we're out of time.
Let me just add
Mr. Idris, I'm going to come to you before we wrap up. Let me just pose this question quickly to.
I just want to make a point there before you ask the question.
Mr. Elayoku, I like that you're saying that Nigeria, you'll have to ask these questions, or that Nigerians will ask these questions. But my problem or my curiosity is, how tired do you think Nigerians are? Because you also pointed out that you do not want to push Nigerians too much. But, I mean, we hear this rhetoric every other campaign season. Oh, Nigerians are tired. Times are hard. Oh, the government has not done this and that. But we still see the same elections, happen again and again. We still vote across those same lines. Nothing really changes. We've never really seen a revolutionary style election. And many have said that, oh, maybe 2023 might be that watershed moment. But then I sense that uncertainty, even in the air, even from both of your conversations, that might not be a thing. And you even mentioned 2027. So could 2027 also turn into another year and we keep pushing it because maybe we're not tired enough?
No, what I was trying to say was that I have said, I think I'm talking, eh?
Go ahead, quickly.
Yeah, I was trying to say that when I use the word spoiler, what I mean is that I can tell you any day that the APC and the PDP, they will get clear their 25% of the two-thirds of the 36 states, including the FCC. That will be very clear. I don't see Labour Party and NPT getting two-thirds of the 25% of those states I just mentioned. That is why I say they are spoiler. They may certainly not get it. If it's the case, it simply means that they are not going to go any far in terms of determining how they are going to win. So these two other parties may probably be talking of, number of votes cast. That will be where the deciding ticket is going to come from.
All right, Mr. Elayoku, quickly because we're almost out of time.
Yes. Let me just take the last election as an example. Traditionally it used to be either APC or PDP or PDP APC. Who could have ever imagined that an SDP will come in between these two and Siamese brothers? So that is just to let you know that things will change in 2023. It's not going to be business as usual. I can assure you that. And by the time we get there, may God preserve our lives to be able to witness, and then we'll know that things will definitely change.
Well, Musa Idris is a political affairs analyst. He's also an engineer. And Dikpo Elayoku is a journalist, and he is the National Secretary of the NNPP. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll be discussing Kingsley Moghalu's political future and what happens come 2023. Stay with us.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
It's still Plus Politics now. The African Democratic Party ADC presidential aspirant Kingsley Moghalu, who earlier resigned from the party after failing to clinch the presidential ticket, cited fundamental clashes of values with the ADC leaders as a reason for leaving the party. Now, today, we're going to be talking about his political future and what 2023 holds for him. Well, joining us to discuss this is Michael Achimogu. He's the Director of Media and Strategy for Professor Kingsley Moghalu. It's good to have you join us, Michael.
Thank you so much.
Great. The last time we spoke about his resignation from the party, and a lot of people were wondering why he left, because, of course, there are others who stayed in the party even after they also complained about what happened during the presidential primaries in the party. But, of course, many would ask, what's in the future? What does the horizon hold for Kingsley Moghalu now that he's not in the ADC and he has not spoken about where he's going? He's been pretty tight-lipped about it. And why is that?
First of all, he's not the only one who left the party. Mm-hmm. You know, Lamido, if you remember, also left. Mm-hmm. And then there were some aspirants here in Lagos State as well, mm-hmm, who had left the party, even before the presidential primaries, you know, citing the same reasons. As a matter of fact, one of them won his primaries and still left, complaining about the same thing, you know. Yeah, so that said, there's a number of options on the table. All I can say for now is that Kingsley Moghalu will still play a very critical role in deciding who where the polls go, you know, in 2023. So in some quarters, some people might advise, you know, resign for now, you know, and then re-strategize for 2027. Some other platforms are offering their, you know, their platforms for, you know, for him to still run. But at the end of the day, he has to put his supporters into consideration, his family, of course, and of course himself. And he'll be back soon, shortly, with a proper announcement.
I'm curious to push you further to ask, I mean, because the last set of people we're talking about the Labour Party and the NNPP, and these people seem to be in talks. And they mentioned, if I remember correctly, that they're not just necessarily in talk with themselves, but they're also talking to other political parties, which might involve the ADC and people, which could also be Kingsley Moghalu in the mix. But then Kingsley Moghalu seemed to have very interesting ideas as to what he wanted Nigeria to be if he were to emerge, you know, the president. So let's go into some of those issues. He talked about the fact that 2023 would be a watershed moment for Nigerians. He considered a lot of things. He also talked about the poverty and the sufferings of Nigerians. Now, he doesn't necessarily have to be president this year to help Nigeria achieve that. So if he were to merge, or rather associate himself with these other parties, how would he be able to bring to bear some of these interesting ideas to help those parties, in effect, to win their own elections?
Professor Kingsley Moghalu has been helping Nigeria for many decades now. 17 years at the United Nations, making us proud there. And he rose to the highest level, even became a UN Under-Secretary. And, you know, when he was CBN Deputy Governor, you know, most of the policies and you know, that he rolled out, most Nigerians might not be aware that he was responsible for rolling out the BVN that all of us use today. You know, he has never shied away from offering his services, serving Nigeria. And he did say, if you read his resignation letter, that he's available to serve Nigeria in any capacity. At this point, I must, first of all, issue a disclaimer about some of the social media posts making the rounds yesterday to the effect that Kingsley Moghalu had joined the Labour Party and, you know, the Peter Obi campaign. No such thing has happened. He's still consulting widely. Once his decision is made, it will be made public.
But what would be wrong if he were to join the Labour Party, being that a lot of people, especially the young people, are in favor of a Governor Peter Obi, and we also know that the vice presidential candidate, who was announced is just a placeholder for the original presidential candidate. If a Kingsley Moghalu, but again, he's from the same place, so it would be very difficult. But if he were to join that campaign, being that he also is targeting the young Nigerians, vibrant Nigerians, would that not be a great start? I mean, to continue, in your words, to be a vibrant part of the Nigerian movement and helping to grow the Nigerian space? Yeah,
of course. All the political parties are going to need to work hard, for whatever kind of victory they would earn this time around. This is what I like specifically about the 2023 elections. Everybody needs to work harder than they ever worked. It's very unpredictable, really. Peter Obi, Kingsley Moghalu has always called him brother. They're from the southeast. He has nothing against him. But this is politics, and it's a game of interests, Kingsley Moghalu has always been more interested in the return to greatness of Nigeria. He has a plan and a plan to achieve that plan. Now, he has to sit down and, if he's not going to run, that is if he's not going to run, he has to consider the ideological differences, and a host of other things before he makes a decision who to align with. Do not forget that prior to this time, he had rebuffed the open advances from the APC and the PDP as well. But then it's politics, who knows? He could still align with any one of those three, the top three, PDP, APC, Labour Party, and even the NNPP.
Can we hold on to this and run with it and say that he might just be joining? But let's move away from that. Let's go back to the ADC. Even if Kingsley Moghalu emerged as the presidential candidate of the ADC, looking at the players, the key players for the elections come 2023, I mean, for the big parties, look at Anna Siwaju for an APC and Atiku Abubakar for the PDP, and their running mates, even though the APC still has a placeholder. Did he really stand a chance?
But of course.
How so?
Every aspirant, every candidate stands a chance. A month plus ago, Peter Obi was not in the presidential race. Look at him now.
Yeah, but politically speaking, a Peter Obi and a Kingsley Moghalu, I mean, they're on different pedestals. And the reason why I asked that question is, how much votes could he have garnered as opposed to these men? I mean, we're still having conversations about, according to the last guest, spoilers and people who might, yes, cause a split in the votes, but then for Kingsley, he's talking about winning. So did he really stand a chance to clinch that ticket at the end of the day and say, well, I can be president of Nigeria? Of course, anybody can say they can be president of Nigeria, but numbers-wise and politically speaking, where is he?
Even with the momentum of Peter Obi on social media today, can you tell how many votes he would have tomorrow?
Well, that's left to the elections, but then there can be some certain level of acceptability that one would say, well, he has an influence. I mean, you heard the guest. He had certain influences in certain parts of the country. For Moghalu, where can we succinctly say, oh, well, if you look at the North Central or the Northwest or in the South or in the Southeast, he would get this certain percentage of votes. Can we really say that?
Well, his strategy ab initio, was to focus on getting the ticket. And so there was no metrics to have measured, how it would have turned out had he gotten that ticket. However, he had the strategy to execute after emerging as a candidate. Unfortunately, owing to, some sharp practices and corruption here and there, it didn't end up how we projected. But yes, Kingsley Moghalu, compared to 2019, stands in a much better place, and could, even if he didn't win the election, could still, like the other guy said, play the role of a spoiler, Do not write him off, is all I can say for now, even now at this point. Because Nigerians are tired, really. All they needed was leadership in the right direction. Everybody wants an alternative way. And let's not forget also that before what happened in Abeokuta, Kingsley Moghalu has been the most consistent, face of the third force in Nigeria and the most invested in it. And now, for now, he's out of the race. But let's see what happens in the coming weeks.
Let's talk about, you know, some of the things he spoke on. He spoke about, you know, youths having a role to play, you know, in the coming elections and the much needed change. We're seeing something that is seemingly like young people are getting more interested. We saw the number of people at the stadium trying to get their PVCs here in Lagos, and I think that's ditto for every other part of the country. You see a lot of people flocking to get their PVCs. But then, does that amount to people showing up on election day at the polling units to cast that same vote with the voter card? I say this because a lot of people have said that the fear that they have for 2023 is not about the campaigns we're seeing on social media, even the ones we're seeing on the streets. It's about how many people will show up to the polls. Now, he's talking about the young people, and I asked my former guests what they think about people's enthusiasm, the level of enthusiasm when it comes to casting their votes. And they spoke about voting along ethnic and religious lines. How does that get us to where we want to get to as a country?
Well, if there's anything I'm proud of at the moment, it's seeing young Nigerians become disinterested and invested, you know, in politics. Will it translate to electoral victory? The extent of the results that would come out of this, one cannot tell at the moment, because the big question is this sustainable? You know, if you look backwards, especially the NSAS thing, the last time, it's easy to galvanize initially, but for how much time can we
have
sustain
the staying power?
Thing? You know, we still have about 6, 7, 8 months thereabout before the elections. We can have this conversation properly again in the next 5 months.
If we don't have a burnout.
Oh, well.
If we don't have a burnout.
Yes.
Kingsley Moghalu also talks about a revolution if the hardship continues. He talks about the fact that he's just the need that, you know, if poverty was not addressed and insecurity in the country was not addressed, it would worsen, and then this would push Nigerians to the wall. Again, I've asked so many people this question. In 2015, we said, oh, we were suffering. We wanted anything else but a good luck. And then we had a President Buhari. And then in 2019, Nigerians said, oh, Buhari didn't deliver. We don't want him. But then Buhari won that election. We saw a low turnout of voters for that 2019 elections. And here we are talking about 2023 again. Are we really tired? Or we just say that we're tired, but maybe we're used to where we are and we continue to, you know, manage.
Are you not tired?
Is that it? I mean, I'm asking you. You're the one who's in politics. You're the one who's canvassing for a better Nigeria. And you're a young person. I can see that. So what is the issue with us? Not just the young Nigerians, but Nigerians in general. We say one thing, but then when it's time for us to change, we never really show up for that change to happen. What do you think the problem is?
It's the weaponization of poverty. You see, it's difficult to tell a hungry man not to accept to sell his votes. We live for the now in Nigeria because, you know, it's all about survival at the moment. When you think about, you know, going back home from the polling unit with nothing as against your colleagues who are going home with 10, 20,000 naira that could feed their families for that day and perhaps the next day, you're tempted because really everything is hopeless. Our leaders, you know, cumulatively over the years, it was intentional to leave the people poor. Look at some states in Nigeria. A state governor will owe salaries for 4 years, and then on the eve of the next elections, he pays 6 months, you know, arrears of salaries. It's intentional, these things that they do.
But how do we stop it if we keep aiding and abating? Because, I mean, we're happy to take that little money and smile, but then they're going to keep doing it. It seems like a chain, you know, we keep doing it. So how do we change it if we're still also part of the problem? How? Where do we even start? You're the guys who are asking and canvassing for change to happen.
Well, there are privileged young Nigerians who have the resources, who have the connections. You know, it's up to them to crowdfund. We need to start looking at these options now. I saw a tweet earlier this morning where someone was suggesting crowdfunding to fund voters in the rural areas, especially so that they are empowered and enabled to reject money coming directly from politicians so they can vote.
But how do we ascertain that crowdfunding is also not being piggybacked on some politician, because there's always the hand of Esau in cases like this. So how do we make sure that it's as transparent as possible? Because there is a possibility that some money bag somewhere can just, you know, start a GoFundMe and make it look like it's the people.
Well, there's always risks to these things. But you see, we need to make up our minds. The thing again, just like Professor Kingsley Moghalu always says, we've seen countries where some of their citizens are poorer than ours, but they do not allow, you know, their morals to be so decadent. You know, they don't sell their votes. They don't commit crimes as a way of life. And so I think that this has to do with sensitization, sustained sensitization over a long period of time. It took us a long time to get here, you know. So it's not going to happen overnight, the change that we seek. It's even possible that despite all the galvanization you see on social media today, you know, the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and the persons who are supposed to be beneficiaries of this momentum might fall very, very short. But it's a good thing that it has started now, you know. NSAS began, it didn't last for too long, you know, it stopped, we're hoping, what next? Today we are here. This has lasted longer than NSAS. So no matter where it stops, hopefully it doesn't, but no matter where it stops, it's a gain for us. And so by the next electoral cycle, we'll be able to improve on this one, hopefully.
All right.
So soon we get to El Dorado.
We'll keep our eyes on that. I mean, a lot remains to be seen, but Michael Achimoko is the Director of Media Strategy to Professor Kingsley Moghalu and his campaign. We want to appreciate you for being in the studio.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you all for staying with us. I'm Mary Anako, and I'll see you tomorrow, same time on Plus Politics. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to watch, if you missed part of the conversation, on our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Have a good evening.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. it can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is a concave, and when it is now sickled, it's cut, it's sickled. You know, like a sickle, that means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. So there is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen delivery to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major treatment. The other complementary measures are just palliative people have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, like for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on? It's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not in the child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me. until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they now believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they now started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, that helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity, I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong. If you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Good evening, I am Justin Akadonye and this is the news update in Plus TV Africa. The President Muhammadu Buhari has nominated 7 persons for screening and confirmation by the Senate for appointment as ministers. Senate President Ahmad Lawan read Buhari's letter of request on the floor of the Senate in Abuja today. In the letter, the President said the nominees would replace the former ministers that resigned from his cabinet: Henry Ikechukwu Akor or Iko Abia State, Umana Okon Umana Akwa Ibom State, Egum Makama Joseph Nkama from Ebonyi State, Goodluck Nnanna Opia Imo State, Omar Ibrahim El Yakub Kano State, Ademola Adewale Adigore Ondo State, Odum Odi from Rivers State. Now, the Senate has named the lawmaker representing the Federal Capital Territory, Senator Philip Aduda, as the new minority leader of the Senate to replace Senator Enyinnaya Abaribe. Senator Chukwuka Utazi was also named as the Senate Majority Whip to take over Aduda's former position. The Senate President Ahmad Lawan announced the appointment while reading two separate letters signed by the National Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, Samuel Anyang. Now, Nigerians are now paying more for petrol despite the official price still fixed at 162 naira 50 kobo and 165 naira per litre. Independent marketers who started implementing a new price regime of between 170 naira to 190 naira the weekend insist that it would be difficult for them to sell at the official pump price. Scarcity of the product resurfaced in Lagos, Akure, Ado-Ekiti, Abeokuta, Jos, among other towns in the southwest. The situation in Abuja worsened at the weekend with long queues at the filling stations where petrol is sold. In Lagos, many independent stations were shut. The few that were dispensing recorded long queues. Now, the United Nations says that no fewer than 200 million children around the world are missing out on educational opportunities as a result of crisis. Now, this is according to a UN report released in Geneva. Director of Education Cannot Wait, the UN's Fund for Education in Emergencies, Yasmin Sherif, said the children could all be assisted if more money was available. Now, the Academic Staff Union of Universities ASU and the Joint Action Committee of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Allied Institutions have both said they have yet to receive any message after discussing the 2009 agreement with the Federal Government Renegotiation Committee. The Federal Government Renegotiation Committee, chaired by Pro-Chancellor of Alex Ekwueme Federal University, Ndofu-Alike, Professor Nimi Briggs, is expected to review the draft proposed 2009 FGN-ASU agreement and renegotiate with all the striking university nations or unions. Since April 2022, the Briggs Renegotiation Committee had been meeting with the unions in the universities who are all currently on strike due to unmet demands of the 2009 agreements signed with the government. The Association of Resident Doctors at the Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital, Ile-Ife, have embarked on a 2-day warning strike over an alleged assault on one of them by a nurse. The resident doctors said the warning strike would commence from today on Thursday, June the 23rd. According to them, a female doctor identified as Dr. Oluwatosin Bello was forcefully held hostage, confined and verbally assaulted while discharging her duty by a senior nurse in the female adult orthopedic ward of the hospital on June the 16th. Now, the Ondo State Police Command has warned members of the public against raising false alarms about crimes that did not happen. The police, in a statement issued by its public relations officer, Fumilayo Odulami, said the command would not hesitate to deal with anyone caught in such an act. The issue of raising false alarms in the state calls for caution, as the command will not allow any alarmist put unnecessary fear in the hearts of the people of the state, the statement added. There are indications that Benue State may be faced with a high level of food insecurity due to a combined long-armed conflict and violence by Fulani herdsmen, as well as bandit attacks, which have disrupted farmers' production input, reduced market access, and localized food production. Some of the young farmers, in an interview with Plus TV correspondent Francis Ter, decried a series of herdsmen attacks in the state, which have resulted in a shortage of food production this season. One Innocent Odwen, who said he has reduced the level of his cultivation following a series of attacks on their communities, however, disclosed that with the presence of security operatives, many have gone back to their farms but could not farm in large scale.
Unlike me, I am a farmer. Before, I used to farm almost 10 hectares, 8 hectares of maize, almost 10 hectares of beans, 2 hectares of rice. But now, I can't be able to do that because of the issue of insecurity. So, since Fulani herdsmen has come, we are always scared because sometimes They might even attack us. They can graze our crops. They have weapons which we are always scared from. Even though if we are farming, we farm with fear that they may attack us.
Yes, our farming, our community is very in large quantity. Before we used to farm like 7 or 8 hectares of rice or cassava or maize. But now, as things are occurring, we are not being able to make some of our farms. Some of them are very difficult for us now to do because of the insecurity of this pyramid. We used to farm plenty, like maize, cassava, but now this flaming attack, we are not being able to do it again, because sometimes if we farm cassava like this, they will come and they will graze everything that we have farmed there.
I normally used to farm at the riverbank side there, where the land is very fertile. Even without the application of fertilizer, yes, your crops will grow very well and then it will be greenish. But now, because of the herdsmen attack everywhere, and even there at the riverbank side, I'm now afraid of going there to farm again.
In South Africa, Britain's biggest rail strike in 30 years has kicked off as tens of thousands of staff walked out in a dispute over pay and jobs that could pave the way for widespread industrial action across the economy in coming months. Some of the more than 40,000 rail workers who are due to strike today, Thursday and Saturday, gathered at picket lines from dawn, leaving the network at a standstill and major stations deserted. The London Underground Metro was also mostly closed due to a separate strike. Now, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, under pressure to do more to help British households facing the toughest economic hit in decades, said industrial action would harm businesses as they continue to recover from the pandemic. The rail strike means only about half of Britain's rail network will be open on strike days, with a very limited service running on those lines and continued disruptions on the days in between strike days. Meanwhile, commuters in London resorted to cycling to work today. Now, tens of thousands of staff walked out in a dispute over pay and jobs that could pave the way for widespread industrial action.
I should say I did avoid traveling in the morning. Well, I'm going to be late for work, but we did have some staff slip into the building last night so that they could help open up, because I work in a hospital and we do surgeries, so we couldn't cancel the surgeries. But what we had to do is just get some staff slip into the hospital, and then others we try to make our way in the morning. So I pre-planned myself, though it did affect the service we provide. But we have nothing to do. If they decide to strike, then I don't know.
This strike has come about because we found ourselves in this position where we can't afford for our pensions, our terms and conditions, our pay and our numbers to be sacrificed because of any damage to the economy during the pandemic was not caused by us. You know, we worked the same as other people, same as people who worked from home, and we just carried on. It shouldn't be up to us to pay the price with our conditions in the future.
I don't think they should be doing it. I completely understand why they're striking. But if we give a wage increase to the railways, then it's going to be doctors, nurses, and that's going to be inflationary. So I would probably think from the interest of the country to take the very unpleasant hit now, rather than have years and years and years of being in the same situation.
If they're unhappy, then I suppose they're going to do this sort of thing. But obviously, it's a national problem, so it affects everybody. And it's not obviously just their industry, it's everybody's industry, NHS and all that kind of stuff. So it could be a bigger picture than he's looking at rather than just their area.
In business news now, Twitter's board has endorsed the proposed $44 billion sale of the company to billionaire and Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Musk had said that his $44 billion move to take over Twitter remained held up by very significant questions about the number of fake users on the social network. Musk was reluctant to talk about the deal when asked at the Qatar Economic Forum, saying it was a sensitive matter. Now, the federal government has charged all parties, Nigeria, Niger, and Algeria, involved in the construction of a $13 billion trans-Saharan gas pipeline to fast-track measures for the completion of the multi-billion-dollar project. It said this was vital because many European countries were currently asking Nigeria and its partners for alternative gas supply due to the negative impact on gas supply by the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. In entertainment news now, Nigerian legendary folk musician Jimmy Solanke has said that he would continue to work as a performing artist until his death. Solanke, who will be 80 years old on the 4th of July, said he still feels energized to perform like in the past and has no plans to retire as a performing artist. Solanke expressed excitement for the grace of God over his life, reflecting through the past and his achievements. In sport news now, Ryan Giggs has confirmed that he has resigned as coach of Wales national team. The former Manchester United winger is awaiting trial after being charged with controlling and coercive behavior and assault against his ex-girlfriend and her sister. Giggs has pleaded not guilty to all charges and remains on bail. And finally, Germany defender Antonio Rudiger says he is rooting for Real Madrid to beat Liverpool in the Champions League final last month because he was still hurting after losing the FA Cup and League Cup finals with Chelsea against the Merseyside club. Real ground out 3 come-from-behind wins against Paris Saint-Germain, Chelsea and Manchester City in the knockout stage to reach the final, where they beat Liverpool 1-0 in Paris. Rudiger has played 50 times for Germany since his debut in 2014.
The final, I knew that I was going to be a Real Madrid player. So I was rooting for them. I was very happy that they won. Because I lost with my former team 2 finals against Liverpool. So I was very, very happy that Real Madrid beat them, and that we can compete next year for another 2 beautiful trophies. I think it is very important to know about Real Madrid is that it's about winning, and this is what they demonstrate over the past years. Very often, especially we all dream about winning a Champions League. And yes, with a lot of doubts, doubts from outside coming into, but still, they did the job last year, and it's impressive.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching. We'll return again at 6 p.m. for another update. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach, all right? The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein, okay? So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach, recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically, it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs, or certain chemical substances that are erosive, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid containing diet should be minimized, all right? Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers, okay? When you do all kinds of acid containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits, all right? So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water, and then a slight breakfast, not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach, many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and say, they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain. You have pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding, either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headache. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello, welcome to our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a top-flight town planner, a former commissioner for physical planning and urban development in Lagos State, a man who recently headed the tribunal that looked into the collapsed building in Ikoyi. He's also an author, a happily married man, a grandfather, town planner Olutoyin Ayinde. You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, viewers.
It's good to have you with us.
It's a privilege to be here.
Let me say this about you. What strikes me the most about you is your humility and openness. And it makes me to ask, who is Toyin Ayinde?
Well, Toyin Ayinde is Toyin Ayinde.
Yes.
But I must say that I was brought up under a disciplined parenthood, and who taught us to know that what is it that you have that you were not given. So, and if you were given, why do you behave as if you are really the one that authored everything? So that points to the fact that we have to be humble in anything that we do, knowing that you will not be the first to do what you are doing, and you are not about to be the last. So, and I believe that anywhere we find ourselves in life is a test to wherever we are going again. So if you fail that test today, you may not be able to withstand tomorrow. So that's how I have grown as Toyin Ayinde, which makes me a little bit different from my peers, because it's not the way that my peers will look at things that I will look at them. So many things that people clamor for, that they think is the end of the world, I just rationalize and ask myself, what is it in life that I will exchange my life for? You know, and I do not see anything. So it makes me humble, giving respect to the other person, knowing that he can as well be occupying the seat I'm occupying now. So that's where I believe life should run.
Yeah, no, you see, as someone who finds himself in society, the home prepared you for the society.
True.
Were you caned when you were younger?
Oh, I was caned. I happened to be firstborn in the family, and you know what firstborns go through.
I don't know.
You know,
I'm not one.
okay, so you're not one. The truth is that parents, generations ago, did not go through any school of parenting. So each parent brought up their own child the way they were brought up. So it's like a wumble and fumble thing. So I went through a dad who, if he promised you he was going to cane you,
you got caned.
If he hasn't caned you in 2 weeks, don't think he forgot. He's just looking for the appropriate time. In fact, you could be sleeping and he will wake you up with that cane.
But going through that, did you find yourself detesting him?
Initially as a child. Later, I grew up to rationalize. In fact, there was a time I was saying, okay, this man actually wanted me to be a good person, but he didn't know how to go about it. I'll give you an example. You know that when I was younger, I was a stammerer, chronic stammerer.
Really?
And I remembered my mom caning me to say, stop stammering. Stop stammering. One day I had the opportunity to say this publicly, and she was there. I said, may God forgive her.
Amen.
You know, but how did I get over stammering?
Yes.
I learned on my own. I discovered that you stutter more when you are aggravated.
Yes, true.
When you are angry, when you are in an argument.
Yes.
So I learned not to get involved in arguments. I learned not to raise my voice. Then I learned to speak slower.
Yes.
To pick my words. And eventually,
deliberately,
I began to develop. So I now find people call me an orator, and I look at myself.
Where is that coming from? Now, compare your upbringing to what you have done with your children. Did you cane? Or spank, as we say these days now?
Yes, I did. You know, I was brought up in a Christian home.
Yes.
So the Bible says that
bring up a child.
There's a foolishness
in the heart of a child. It is a cane,
the rod of correction. Yeah. But the rod really doesn't have to be cane.
Yeah.
But what most of us did was cane. But it didn't get far as I experienced, because then I had begun to go for parenting classes, not formally. Sometimes you just learn it in the church. But I went for leadership studies.
Yes.
And one of the books that made an impact in my life was 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, written by Stephen Covey.
Stephen Covey, yes.
And it was there that I learned that by the time I'm using a cane on my child, I'm trying to enforce what I was unable to normally pass to him. So it made me realize that, oh, this thing is about communication. So I began to improve on my communication. In fact, one of the things I first did was to have a one-on-one with one of my children, with each of my children.
Yes.
So I'll take them, just go to an eatery, feel relaxed, and I'll be discussing. In fact, last month we were in UK. My last born graduated in University of Manchester, his master's degree.
Okay.
And when we got there, guess what? He said, Dad, you remember that when we were younger, you were taking my elder siblings for discussions. And you said it was going to be my turn, but it never came. He said, now we are going to discuss.
Which is very instructive. Like, communication is very important.
Yes.
Right, let's hold it there. We're going to take a break now for a short while. When we're back, we'll continue our talk with Mr. Toyin Ayinde. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Townplanner Toyin Ayinde. Recently, you served as chairman of the tribunal into that collapsed building in Ikoyi. I know you have presented your report, and without asking you to divulge anything that's already divulged, what basically did you come out with as a person about the building industry?
Well, thank you for that question, and I think I would also like to thank the Lagos State government for the privilege to have been appointed as chairman of that tribunal. And I also want to thank every member of that tribunal. They were all accomplished professionals who knew their onions. They were all people who couldn't be manipulated. Let me say that we did that assignment gratis.
Okay.
Yeah, we were not offered any sitting allowance. We didn't collect any sitting allowance. I think that probably gave us the courage to look into the issue realistically and come up with recommendations. What I take away from that assignment is that we can't pass the buck. Can't pass the buck. The buck has to stop on someone's table. And there are levels of tables like that where we have not taken cognizance of the value of life. And that's why the summary of our report was that building collapse in Nigeria is rooted in the falling ethics and value systems of Nigeria. So over time, we have lost touch with what is right. You even have to be defending what is right now before what is wrong. You know, one of the things we said as we were submitting the report was that members of the tribunal would need government protection because in a few weeks' time, they will probably be the villains and those who did the wrong thing will be praised. And it's because we haven't learned how to call a spade a spade. When you see somebody who says this is the real issue, these are the culprits, what people end up asking is, why did he discover the culprits? So it gives you some kind of challenge of the kind of system we're running. But if the building industry must restore confidence, we must embrace professionalism, we must embrace a value system that puts value on the Nigerian life.
But let me interrupt you. If we talk of the buck stopping somewhere and we want to put value to the Nigerian life and also be professional, what would you say causes buildings to collapse? They don't need to be high-rise buildings like that. Different types of buildings, a 2- or 3-story building just collapsed recently in Butemeta.
Yeah.
Why do buildings collapse?
Well, buildings will collapse because of the failure to take a decision. And it depends on who was meant to take that decision. You know, let's imagine it's a building under construction.
Yes.
There are professionals who are meant to take a decision. Layers. A contractor is supposed to have professionals working. There are consultants meant to supervise the contractor. There are government agencies meant to monitor. So anytime any of these ones fail, buildings may collapse when the wrong things are done. But because everyone has responsibility, we should be able to trace who dropped the ball.
Yes.
And anyone who dropped the ball should be penalized for dropping the ball. I think that's what is missing.
Because there's no punishment meted out to anyone.
That's the missing point. That's the missing point.
I know that in our environment there is a housing deficit, a very serious one across the nation, particularly so in urban cities like Lagos.
Yeah.
Now, around us, people just buy a piece of land and start building. Should it be so?
Now, the first thing about, first I think our governance model is wrong.
We'll come to that.
Yes, because government, and I'm saying government, I'm beginning from government and governance, because by research, I learned that 3,300 BC, before Christ, cities were planned by government itself. It's part of the responsibility of government to plan. So what does government do? Government takes care of the generality of the people. But we haven't really enjoyed that in Nigeria. Most times, government takes care of a section or a few people. Now, where government takes care of the generality of the people, individuals rarely build houses for themselves. So in UK, for example, there is a public housing policy.
Yes.
And government, buildings, residential buildings are either put up by corporations, cooperatives, or by councils. So you can have a council flat.
And you can't even renovate without permits.
No, and you didn't build it yourself.
Yeah.
It was built by reputable organizations. So you don't have the government persuading land to individuals because governance is in place. But where there is lack of governance, where government is not taking responsibility for public housing, then it persuades land to individuals. And then you have individuals go to the markets, going to buy cement, going to buy iron rod, which doesn't happen in many places. It's the same thing that we have for public transportation.
Yeah.
Where there is no public transportation, there will be so many commercial vehicles on our roads. Where there is no public water supply, there will be so many boreholes. So, and the more people you have doing that thing, the less control, the less enforcement you are able to do. I think that's what has brought us to this level. You know, there are too many people constructing who don't know about construction.
Yeah.
There are too many quacks in the business who have no business being there. And unfortunately, you know what, like I was telling the Association of Consulting Architects of Nigeria last week, I was asking, what is it that quacks tell the citizens, that the citizens believe in them more than the professionals?
Probably because they are cheaper?
Maybe, but it's also at a great risk.
Yes.
Yes. And because we have all lost value, a man puts the cost of building higher than his own life. Because that's what I think is happening.
Yes.
So there's need for a rediscovery of our values. That's the way I think we
But you know, I also think that there's need for courage in enforcing standards.
True, and enforcement of standards, like I said, is about layers. Enforcement of standards will cut across professional bodies. So when anybody offends, I'm a town planner. If I do any sharp practice, it should be possible to report me to my institute. My institute, for example, has an ethics and disciplinary committee, and I should be able to face that committee. And then, if I'm wrong, I'm penalized. And people shouldn't be looking at it from the fact that, oh, okay, he was penalized because he's not Yoruba speaking, he's penalized because he's Igbo and things like that. So all of those things have to be removed. We have to learn, government has to learn to also enforce discipline.
Okay.
So it's not just about professional bodies. Government must also do that. And government more, because government is the one that really has that capacity to put everybody in their place, especially if it's done within the legal framework.
We'll come back. When we're back, we'll continue our talk. This time, we'll be talking about the quality of workmanship within the industry and what has happened to us in Nigeria regarding personnel and training and even preparing our youth to participate in the industry where you specialize. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Ayinde. We were talking about the quality of workmanship. You enter a building that's just been finished, you see the lines are not straight, you see the screening is imperfect and all that. And then you say, who are the people who did this? Or say, oh, somebody, I was advised to bring in people from Ghana, from Republic of Benin, but I thought it was too expensive. These Nigerian people are not. What has happened to our trade centers, to all of these government training institutes? Why can't even the private sector set up proper training institutes for the various levels of the building industry?
I think over time we've lost touch with training personnel in Nigeria. In those days, there used to be the City and Guilds exams.
Yes.
For craftsmen, masons, and things like that. I'm not sure we have that anymore. I recollect that a few years ago, there was a young man, Shegun Sholade or something like that, who you know was trying to work on artisans and craftsmen, working in collaboration with the Nigerian Institute of Building to see that craftsmen are properly trained. Because indeed and in truth, even housekeeping hands in hotels, we don't even have them anymore. You know, so and these are vocations that really need training. I think we got carried away by the certificate syndrome. Everybody wants to have a BSc, everybody, and so we do not have dignity of labor anymore. So no one is willing to learn some of these things. In fact, they probably prefer to be bike riders than some of these things. But the truth is, I was in Ghana a few years ago, I think in 2007, where we were designing an estate for a client, and the client insisted that he wanted me to visit Ghana to see an estate, Trasaco Valley or something like that. And when I got there, what I first saw, the masonry, I said, the bricklayers who worked on my mom's house would do a better job than this. Until I saw their finishing. One of the things you will find out about them is that when it comes to finishing, they are never in a hurry. If you flip that back to us, we are always in a hurry. So, because the longer it takes for you in finishing a job, the better the quality. So we see that, and that's why the science of project management came. You know, we don't manage our projects well. We are always in a hurry to complete them. Sometimes those projects are to score political points. So rather than do them well,
do them quick.
I've had a governor say that we are doing this road, I'll deliver it in 3 months. The design probably has not even been done. And you don't know the intricacies of those things. So I think we just must understand that there are processes. And if we must get good results, we must pass through those processes and do due diligence, which is what we're lacking right now.
So what's the way out?
The way out is to ramp up things like what the Nigerian Institute of Building is doing, trying to train. You know, what they're trying to do is concentrate on those artisans and craftsmen and build up a reserve of such people so that when you need their services, you can be sure that when you go to this body, they will give you people who are qualified. And by the time they are doing it, if we can replicate that in states of the Federation, cities and the Federation, then we should be able to put back quality workmen. And then Our economy really has to support the building industry. It is said to be one of the largest employers of labor. You know, so if the building industry is vibrant, people will also be able to stay there and earn their living.
Yeah, still talking professions. Now, you are currently the president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. Do people really appreciate the work of a town planner in this environment?
The way I put it is that Nigerians generally do not understand what town planning is. And I've had to say this before about 8 or 9 governors that I have met, that what people think is town planning in Nigeria is exactly what is not town planning.
So what is town planning?
Town planning is putting order into human settlements. But we will not understand this until we understand how a human body is. A human body has systems. Circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, reproductive system, skeletal system. That's how the human settlement too is. Every human settlement has a circulatory system. That's the root system. It has a productive system. The industry, it has a respiratory system. The recreational areas that allows the environment to breathe. It has an excretory system, digestive to excretory system. That's the waste management, how you produce your waste and how you manage it. So these are the things that have to do with planning. So every human settlement, every town, city or village needs to first be planned. How is it going to grow? Just like a human life is planned. You didn't become a broadcaster by error. No, nobody becomes anything by error. You plan it. You work towards the subjects that lead you there. Many children want to become medical doctors. When it becomes time to choose their subjects and they are choosing English literature, geography, Christian religious knowledge, French, they will tell that child, you know what, you can never become a medical doctor. It's the same thing. When you want a city to be organized, you plan it before you now begin to put buildings there. But in Nigeria, it's the buildings we know. So when we go for building plan approval, that's what we call town planning. Now, a building plan that is sitting on an unplanned area is like putting something on nothing. And that's why we will never get the right result. So we must start first by planning our city system, giving it a theme. Which type of city do we want? Is it an industrial city? Is it an educational city? Is it one that you will know for agricultural production? And that's what will now prescribe how we go about it and how we grow over time.
But then, you know, when I've seen situations where cities were planned, as it were, and they evolved, they developed, and along the way, areas that were marked strictly residential began spotting commercial activity and all that.
Very possible, because even a human being, you know, I likened a human settlement to a human being, evolves. There are times somebody bloats up in size, and he has to look through his wardrobe and see that these clothes can't size anymore. He gets new ones. There are times that he trims down and says, you know what, I have to get new. So there is what is called review. So many times when in Nigeria, the once in a blue moon that we prepare a master plan, we think that it is forever. You know, plans are supposed to be reviewed because it's a dynamic system. And things are subject to change. So every 2 years, you look at it, what has this plan achieved? Has anything changed? If something has changed, for example, if you have an estate where those who started it were baby boomers, And then after some years, people have gone.
Yes.
They remain old. If you are still retaining an educational facility in that place, it will not make sense. I was in Manchester, I think in 2013, and somebody was pointing to a building that was apparently a church building. I was saying, sir, it's no longer a church, that it's not a residential building, but the facade
still shows church.
Was left as church. So it happens like that because the human settlement is a dynamic entity. So you respond to every change.
Playing in such an environment, right, becomes almost impossible when you look at, say, Victoria Island, that is now apparently more commercial than residential. There's no public car parking system here. I recall one of the businesses around the area had to eventually buy a plot to now erect a parking lot for its patrons because people's cars were being towed on the streets. But it was government's responsibility in the first instance to provide parking opportunities or even to stop people from converting a residential accommodation to commercial.
Okay, now we're truly not responding to dynamics in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And part of the dynamics we're not responding is the need for public transportation. First, we have too many vehicles on our roads. And that's why we need parking. In 2015, we were talking about 75,000 commercial vehicles, which we needed to mop up.
That's a lot.
As at that time. Last time I checked, I was trying to prepare a paper and I was researching. Now we have over 200,000 commercial vehicles. We mopped up the Molue buses to bring in the BRT buses. And the idea was the next phase was to mop up the Danfo buses. But what do we have now? Instead of mopping the Danfo buses, we now have those other tiny buses again, which in the
cluster the road
in the local
further.
parlance they call them Korokwe.
Yes.
So those ones are more. We now have tricycles, all congesting our road system. So we are truly not responding to the dynamics. We are not applying the right medication to our illness. So what we need first is to invest in public transportation, mass transit, so that we can mop up all of those vehicles, make them freer. You will need less land for parking. There are also some dynamics now. You know, Uber and Bolt were not the in thing then.
No, they
now
were
you
not.
have them now. So why would I need to take my car?
All the time.
All the time, you know. So, but all of these things are, and we need data, studies all the time. We're not studying, we're not conducting any studies. And this will be the result all of the time. Failure of systems because we're not reviewing, examining ourselves to know whether we are making progress.
Okay. Now, because of the progress that has been achieved in society in terms of, say, advancements in information technology, it's easier to send information, receive information, share information, right? The younger generation is more into that than the older generation. However, politically speaking, how do we get the younger generation to even trust the older generation enough in terms of charting the right course for the future? Because they're the ones that will solve this problem we're seeing.
I agree with you. It's a matter of trust. I'll give you a personal experience. I was going to, before I left for government service, I went through leadership course, and one of the things that I came across was the fact of some businesses that have stayed over 100 years. And they all started with individuals.
Yes.
Family businesses. And I learned the liberal nature of those businesses, the ability to absorb people, the ability to give room for talent and things like that. And I remember that one of the things I used to say when I got back from the training was like, well, this Tony and Associates is just, it bears my name, but I'm not the owner. That if God asks me to do something else, I'll just move on. And lo and behold, I was invited to become a commissioner. So what did I do? I took younger people, my own staff, I took them to the bank and authorized the bank to open another Tony and Associates account to which they will be signatories and I will not be. That's trust.
That's trust.
You know, so from then on, every proceeds that came to the firm went into that account. They were the ones managing the account. Because of trust, I didn't need to call them to say, how much is there? I hope you have not finished spending. You know, I had made up my mind the day I was given that endorsement. I made up my mind that the worst that will ever happen is that they will close down the business. But you know what? They didn't close it down.
Yes.
They did it better than I would have done if I was still there, because they could take risks, risks that I wouldn't have taken because of my generation. There's a book on relationship. I've forgotten the author now, but it was from that book that I learned about generations and why, given the same amount to do the same thing, it would take me a longer time to do that thing than somebody who is younger. Because he doesn't care to take the risk. I'll remember that I'm a grandfather.
Yes.
You know, all of those things. So those are the things I think we should begin to think about now. I think younger people should be given opportunity to take the risk on our behalf. We will also be taking a risk by trusting in them. Now somebody says, if you trust them and they disappoint you, if you say because they will disappoint, you will not trust
take
them.
The risk of trusting.
We'll just remain where we are, meaning the status quo. And somebody said the true meaning of status quo is the mess you are in. So if you say let the status quo remain, you are saying let the mess we are in remain. So I think if we want to get out of the status quo, we must take a plunge. Close our eyes. Let those young men try it. We're still alive to correct them.
To correct them.
But if we don't allow them...
But see, let's now conversely flip it. You recently, one of the parties, the APC to be candidate, decided to offer for sale its presidential form, nomination form, for 100 million naira for a job that for the entire tenure will be bringing in to the president or the candidate less than 60 million naira. So that's like you are being asked to go look for 100 million, come and invest it in a game of chance. You may end up not even being the candidate. And even if you end up being the candidate, your take-home pay is less than 60 million naira. So what are we saying to the young people? Yes, you say it is reduced for them to 50 million. How many young people would have 50 million naira and want to be president? Are we really serious?
Well, this is a turf that I'm still growing in.
Yes, we all are.
I say that I'm not an experienced politician, and truly I don't know the basis. First, I was thinking, or probably they want to test the sacrifice of the candidates, but how far would that really go? Because if we want them to sacrifice for Nigeria, I don't know if that money will really be put into...
The money will stay in the party.
So I really don't understand. But for me, I think if we make it more liberal, we're likely to get people who will perform, but they may not have that resource. You know, because it's not every time that your resource determines that you have something here.
Exactly. All right, we'll take a break now. When we return, Tamplana India and I will be talking about the younger generation, their expectations, and how we of the older generation can lift them up. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversation with my guest, Tamplana Ayinde. Now, young people, have we failed them, really? Or have we helped them? Or do we even understand them? We are quick to look at them as having a sense of entitlement, which is valid. And they're also quick to let us know that they are irritated by our style of administration or our style of doing stuff. Even when you employ young people, sometimes I've heard somebody say that, I don't understand my staff. Do we understand young people?
I think we should understand life as a continuous process. And when something is continuous, then we need to also learn as we go on. I look at the younger generation from the angle of my children. I have 4 children. And the first thing I know about them is that they are all different human beings. They all have separate ideas. I have the one that is carefree. I have one that is focused. I have one that is moody. His mood can just swing and things like that. So, and I know what to ask one person to do and the other not to do. So it takes time to study human beings and know what they are good at. And it's better to play with people's strength rather than bring out their weaknesses. I think part of the things we don't do is to see the good in the younger generation. I was part of a committee recently. We're still working, and we're trying to hold a professional summit. And then I was told that the theme they were considering was to look into drug abuse and things like that. So I said, so why are you looking at our youths only from drug abuse, things like that? Why are you not looking at their potentials in a challenging nation? You know, things like that, which we eventually agreed on. So I believe that given the right environment, given the guidance, our youths can actually do a lot better than us. Like I said, they have the energy. I go back to my background again. I said I'm a Christian and I've looked through the Bible. Anytime God wants to do any change, he does it through young men.
That's deep. That's true.
He does it through young men. When Moses was choleric, when he was young, he saw somebody oppressing the other. He said, why? He went out, you know, as a young man. He was drunk, you know. Joshua was full of strength, you know. David, you know, look at how
very exuberant.
He was a game changer when he saw Goliath. I mean, Saul was probably a grandfather, and everybody was afraid. He was running away from Goliath. But this 70-year-old boy ran towards him.
Yeah.
So I've seen young people effect the change. So when we are looking for change, we should be looking for the people whose blood is still hot. You know, they are damning the consequences.
Yeah.
I know what I could do when I was younger. There are things now. Moses Ogunleye,
yes,
my colleague,
yes,
made an observation when I became a commissioner. He said, Egbon, I can see that you talk, you are slower now when you want to speak. And there were a lot of things to think about.
Yes.
As commissioner, anything that came from my mouth would be a policy statement.
Yes,
so I have
declaration.
to think and be slow about it. That's what happens to the older generation. There are a lot of things, a lot of sentiments at times to consider. So I think what the youths have as an advantage is that energy.
Yes.
But you can now channel that energy. Okay. And if we truly begin to trust that, we send them to school,
yes,
not to be stupid. So, and we are not giving them the opportunity to use it, you know. And I think part of the reasons why some of us don't want to leave power now is that we are not given the opportunity to test our leadership potential when we are young. So it's at 60, it's at 65 that you are now becoming somebody. You won't want to leave.
You won't want to leave.
But
you have to go.
That's really not the right age,
yes,
to now be showing as a leader. When I was going to contest as president of my institute, I was 57. And many people were asking me to step down for another person so that the person, and I did my calculations. I said, look, at 57, I will be second national vice president for 2 years. I'll be first national vice president for 2 years because it's a grooming process.
Yeah.
And then I'll become president. I said, by the time I'm president, I'll be 61. I said, if you ask me to step down and we try to do some zoning kind of, by the time that opportunity comes to me again, I'll be 63. 2 years as second vice, 2 years as first vice. By the time I become the president, I'll be 67. I said I will be a stupid 67-year-old man if I cannot show you
an institute.
If I can't show you 5 younger people,
yes,
that will do it better than me. So I think we need to know that leadership has energy. So there's an age for leadership.
Yeah.
There's an energy for leadership. There's a speed for leadership.
Yeah.
I've gone to 25 states, and I spend 3 days, and I'm off to another place, and I'm off to another place. You know, one of our past presidents said, Tony, you know why you're able to do this? You are still young.
You're still young. Yeah, that's true.
So we need to put our young people out there to bring out the best in them, especially now that we're in the technology age.
Yes. Now, because they are even more technology savvy, they are exposed to a lot more of information than we were at our own time. They also need to listen to us. How do we make them listen to us?
Okay. You develop a relationship. Most times we're disconnected from our youths. You know, when parents are talking to their children, and you get to a point that a father is saying, I'm the one that gave birth to you, something is missing.
It's already threatened.
It's threatened. So it's like when a husband is telling his wife, do you know I'm the husband in this house?
Yes.
It's a break in communication. So we must always communicate with our children. I tell my children stories. I remind them of when I took them to school and I hadn't paid their school fees. And I was asked to take them back home. That's to let them remember that we didn't become who we are now just like this. It didn't happen to us.
Yes.
We went through processes.
Yes.
I remind them of when the car broke down.
Yes.
And we had to push.
Yeah.
So if we have one now that is remote controlled, Don't be arrogant.
Yes.
We worked our way there.
Yes.
So all of these conversations we must have from time to time. I don't stop my children from asking me questions. It's different from in those days when we were brought up. Once our fathers, when you hear the car horn, everybody runs for cover.
Everywhere is cool.
Yes, and when daddy is in the sitting room, nobody is there. But this is different.
Yes.
You can come and discuss and things like that. And that's that's what we should really cultivate.
There's actually this push in these days now where they say that we should mentor the younger generation. The question I have is, who mentored you? Now, how do you mentor someone else when you were not mentored yourself?
Now, mentoring really should be like a kind of taking someone by the hand and letting him know this and that. But for us, I think there are many things we picked on the way. You might not have been told directly. It's like being in an apprenticeship.
Sure.
You know, I wonder how some of these mechanics get to, because all they will just be doing is to be looking at their oga.
Yeah.
You know, so, and there are things that can be taught. There are things that are caught.
Yes.
You can't teach it.
Yeah.
So, but somehow is by either looking at someone over time, reading something, and it just strikes you. You know, that's the way some of us developed.
Yes.
And I think when our children look at us long enough, I was shocked when I went for my daughter's graduation in secondary school, and they had this magazine, and they put, "Who is your mentor?" And she wrote, "Her father." I was shocked. Yeah. So this child is looking at me. So that means that I must not fail.
Fail her.
I must fail her. So as mentors, let me say as examples to our children, we will be mentoring them.
Okay.
That's the way I want.
And then we need to also take that outside the home.
Oh, of course. Do you know why we are building them in the home? We are building them for the society.
Yeah.
And I've seen my children come to tell me, and this is where we really have to be careful. My children have told me that, Dad, we see some of these things that you are saying. They are true. I said, but people are not practicing them out there. And that's the sad thing.
That's it.
Because no child of mine would break a traffic signal.
Certainly not.
No child of mine, whatever chaos is on the road, will drive against traffic. Yeah. No child of mine will do that. Yeah. But they see other people do these things
and they
every day.
Yeah.
So this is what we are up against. So how many parents have taught their children
not to do that?
Not to do that.
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
Well, let's go back to the home now. I asked you at the initial stage that who is doing Ayinde when you tried. Now, I'm coming back there. As a person, what are the things that give you pleasure?
Let me start by saying my relationship with God. And then my relationship with my family. I've been very close with my wife. Very, very close. We're very close.
Yeah.
So that helps me, and my children also know that. So we have grown together. I've not been privileged to close from work, then go somewhere and relax for hours before coming home. You know, once I'm done at work, I just go home, sit with my family. My relationship with God. I love getting principles.
Okay.
As I read the Bible, I'm not reading the story. I'm looking for the principles so as to apply.
Yeah.
Because those things are meant to be applied to make you different. As you are. So if you are disciplined, why are you disciplined? I've read people who are disciplined.
Yes.
I've read about people who knew how to add value.
Yes.
You know, so, and I hold that I'm God's representative.
Okay, so
at any time.
What's your favorite food?
If you give me amala, the on the spot one.
The on the spot one.
Yes. If you give me 3 times a day, I won't complain.
Ah. You know, I remember when we were talking off the camera about the simplicity of the food, that gari and ekpa any day is a good combination.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I've taken quite a number of times in my office. I used to say when I was in government service that I did not, on account of becoming a commissioner, relocate my lunch area to Sheraton.
Exactly. Because you stop being commissioner already, and then you go back to the basics. But how did you become a commissioner? You were not a politician then.
I wasn't in politics. I was not a politician. It started from service. Because many people will know. There is a tendency to think that it just happened. But no, it didn't just happen. I remember when I used to send emails to the governor. When I noticed anything, I would send emails to the governor. I went to Nanjing in 2008. I saw some things. I took pictures. And when I arrived, it was my personal trip. And I sent to the governor, I said, this is possible in Lagos. And then I had an opportunity to consult for Ministry of Housing. It was a project for which I had no letter of award, for which I had no dime as advance payment. But just I saw it as a privilege to be invited to come and give service.
Yes.
And I prepared a 12-week schedule, and I dived into that assignment. And, you know, I didn't know that the governor was seeing this product being done free, not being paid for. And it was there, and then he asked that I should be given a project. And when I submitted that project, when I presented, he said this was a very good work. And then I was given a second project, and I was given a third project. It was while I was on that third project that one day I received a phone call, and it was the governor. He said, I'd like to discuss with you. The rest is history. So what I have learned from that is Proverbs 22:29. Do you see a man diligent in his duties? He will stand before kings and not before men. So this is how I got to government. But having been in government, I served the APC government. So, and
you became APC.
Courtesy demands, courtesy demands that I'm a carrying member of APC.
Let me thank you for your time. We'll do this again as soon as we can, and I wish you the very best in your tenure.
Thank you very much.
As President of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. It's been Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Toyin Ayinde as my guest. Thank you for coming.
It's a privilege, sir.
All right. Thank you all for watching. We'll be with you sometime soon. Thank you.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Colbert, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.